Blog Talk Radio.
Hello, liberty-loving patriots. Welcome to the Lucid Libertarian with Lorianne show. Please be sure to tune in Sunday nights from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern, to discuss current events, news, and political opinion with Lucid Libertarian flair. Be prepared, folks. We often go into an optional extended third hour. This show advocates for liberty, freedom, our Constitution, Bill of Rights, and limited government, while speaking against corporate and government corruption, tyranny, and the globalist Great Reset agenda that undermines our precious American sovereignty. Discussions here are unscripted and free-flowing, so sometimes conversations wander off in unpredictable directions. Would you like to call in and share your thoughts and be part of the conversation? The number is 563-999-3698. Again, that is 563-999-3698. Then press number 1 and you'll be added to the queue. Please also like and follow my Lucid Libertarian with Lorianne page on Facebook. You can help me battle their freedom-loathing censorship by visiting my page regularly, along with reacting, commenting, and sharing my posts. Thank you so much for listening, but please sit tight and don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes to kick off the show.
Imagine waking up in a trunk. What is grooming? What if I told you we had a 40% increase of human and sex trafficking in our country due to COVID lockdowns? We already had high numbers to begin with. One's Purpose is an amazing organization pounding the pavement every day, helping these survivors get help. Unfortunately, they do not have the funding they need for a safe house. In the state of Oregon, we have 0 safe houses for these survivors who have endured the most heinous of crimes. The time is now to get involved. The time is now to help stop human trafficking. Please go to onespurpose.com to get involved. If you need help and if you know someone who needs to get help, please contact 541-221-3448. Make a donation, make a difference.
Sure, it's Friday night, but that is no reason not to tune in to NWCR Radio at 9 p.m. Eastern Time with Robert the Infidel Garding. Being around since 2007, we patriots have watched as the left and many on the right have done nothing to stop what is going on to destroy our great nation. Ideas abound with our society, but most are horrible at best. But there are good ideas out there if you know where to look. Join us every Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern for a dose of reality from behind the silver microphone of freedom with the voice of reason in this unreasonable world. That's NWCR Radio at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday evenings, where you can call in at 646-478-5284 and give your solutions to what is ailing this country.
If it weren't for my old dogs and the good Lord, they'd have me strung up in the psych ward. 'Cause every day living in this new world is one too many days to me. Son, we're on the brink of the next world war, and I don't think nobody's praying no more, and I ain't saying I know it for sure. I'm just down on my knees, begging the Lord, take me home. I wanna go home. I don't know which road to go. Been so long, I just know I didn't used to wake up feeling this way, cussing myself every damn day. There's always some kind of bill to pay. People just doing what the rich man say. I wanna go home. Now 4 generations farming the ground. Grandson sells it to a man out of town. 2 weeks later, the trees go down. Only got concrete growing around. I wanna go home. I wanna go home. I don't know which road to go. It's been so long. I just know I didn't used to wake up feeling this way, cussing myself every damn day. People have really gone and lost their way. They all just do what the TV say. I wanna go home. If it weren't for my old dogs and the good Lord, they'd have me strung up in the psych ward.
My apologies. Mandates are about to be reinstated, so I was wearing my mask to get ahead of the curve. I love my mask, especially in an election year, because it's a simple yet effective way to display my allegiance to the regime. Am I concerned that an analysis of top scientific studies was conducted this year and concluded that mask mandates did nothing to stop the spread of COVID-19? Nope. Am I concerned that mandatory masks once led to mandatory vaccines, which led to an epidemic of heart conditions in the otherwise young and healthy? No. Am I concerned that COVID stimulus checks and manufactured supply shortages have created a steep loss in purchasing power, making it next to impossible to afford basic necessities? Not even a little bit. Am I concerned that this state of hyperinflation will eventually lead to the perceived need for a government-backed universal basic income that will enslave us to the state in inconceivable ways? Not until it affects me directly. And why am I not concerned, you ask? I'm not concerned because I decided a long time ago that sticking to a bad course of action is much easier than admitting I was wrong. Because in order to admit I was wrong, I have to admit the right was right. And I don't like losing face to or for anything. Unless it's my mask. I've decided it's much easier to pretend my mask protects me from a viral illness when deep down I know it only protects me from one thing: personal accountability. I prefer to float through life blaming all of the world's woes on fascism, racism, or white supremacy so that I never have to face the true enemy. Want to talk about who it is? Comment below with your opinion. Don't forget to include a source. I prefer to denounce the bad guys from our history books while simultaneously condemning the guys who wrote our history books. I prefer to call anyone who speaks up, fights back, or stands their ground a denialist or a sympathizer so that I don't feel obligated to do the deeper research. Real research takes away from meme time. And lastly, I prefer to put on my mask, and one day when my children ask, I'll tell them I washed my hands clean, not of COVID-19, but of any and all culpability for handing the world over to commies.
All right. Hello, everybody. You are tuned in to the Lucid Libertarian with Lorianne show. This is, of course, your host, Lorianne. Happy Sunday out there to all of you. Definitely wanted to start the show with a couple of really good songs. We got people in the chat room. The first song that I played was Oliver Anthony, I Want to Go Home. I put the lyrics in the chat room as well. Also a really good song of his that I think a lot of people are feeling right now. So I wanted to start the show with that. And then the second song was like a flashback to the good old Ron Paul Revolution days. Amy Allen, Start a Revolution of Love, Ron Paul. I thought that would be an awesome song to start the show with as well, because we are going to be talking tonight, hopefully in a little while here, about some solutions, let's start taking some actions. Let's get some of the Blog Talk hosts and listeners out there to talk about, what can we do? What are some actionable items that we can do to tackle the tyranny and to tackle what we know is going to be yet another election that's going to be right. To have a conversation about that, as well as, of course, current events and the latest tyranny that's been going on. Hopefully talk about some of the stuff that the media hasn't been talking about, and that what the media has been talking about. And then after that was just a short little clip that What's-Her-Face did today. I'm a big fan of What's-Her-Face. Follow her on YouTube. She always does good stuff, but I love that she did a Return of the Masquerade. That was the title of her video that she just did, that short 2-minute one, the Return of the Masquerade, What's-Her-Face, because we got all that going on as well. So let's see. So that covers that. Like I said, follow her on YouTube. I always try to include a clip from her whenever she puts something out. And let's see. And if you are out there and you want to call in, I encourage you to do so. 563-999-3698. Again, that is 563-999-3698. And then you can kick back and listen. Or if you want me to bring you into the conversation and join the party, press number 1, and that raises your hand in the switchboard and lets me know that you would like me to bring you on, and I'm happy to do so. As an alternate way, if you are in a cell phone hole or something, as an alternate way, if you have at least a free account here on blogtalkradio.com, you can go to the link for tonight's show, and it should show that I'm live. And on that link, you should see a direct connect button, and that direct connect button will open up a new little pop-up window that'll dial you right into the show. And that is an alternate way to dial in, although I did hear from somebody in the chat room that there might be problems with the direct connect. If so, let me know, because I tend to read issues to Blog Talk Radio. And so if anybody has issues using the direct connect, just let me know what's happening so that I can reach out to Blog Talk support and inform them that of something going awry. Let's see, we got a number of people that are in the switchboard raising their hand already. I love that. Oftentimes there's not a whole lot of people on the switchboard. It usually takes like half an hour or something before people start rolling in. So that's a good thing. And so I'm going to go ahead and bring on Robert from Conservative Nation Radio. Hello and happy Sunday.
Hello, how are you?
I am hanging in there. I'm doing good. Glad to be doing the show. I'm going to go ahead and bring on Joe Gibson because he has his hand raised. Hello, Joe Gibson. Happy Sunday.
Yes, how you doing? How you doing? Good. Hopefully tonight we can get the battle plan situated. It's not going to be a party. It's going to be a lot of work. So that's what we got to do. We got to work to restore our republic.
Well, we could have a work party.
Yeah. Hey, Joe.
All right.
I never did get an email from you.
I sent it. I did send it. Yes, I did. I scanned it, and sent it.
Oh, man. I didn't get it.
You were going to email me as well, right? I don't think I got one.
No, I don't have your. I don't have your email. I only have you on Messenger, but I can't do it on Messenger. I have to scan it and send it through the email. So, but I can do that right now. I can try it while you guys are talking.
Email is easy to find. Oh no, I'll put it. I will put it into the chat room. I'm going to bring Mike on as well. But let me go and I'll copy paste it into the chat room here in just a second. Now I got that song in my head. Run, Paul, start a revolution. It's going to be in my head for a while.
Yeah, that's an earworm there.
All right. There is the email address in the chat room. It's one of those songs with the beat and everything that just gets stuck in your head. Yeah. So it's going to be with me for a while. Maybe I'll play it again because sometimes like if you have a song in your head and the only way to get rid of it is to play it. Maybe later I'll play it if we need a little break. I'll play it. Okay, so my email address is in the chat room, and then looks like we got Dr. Ventura. He's kicking back listening. We got a Skype caller that's kicking back listening as well. Hoping to get a few other people. Let's see, who did we, Joe Gibson, did you reach out to Sally or and Robert just dropped? Maybe he walked into a cell phone hole.
I sent it out to a few people, but, I just want to make sure we got our battle plan, and then, then everybody, I'm sure, will trick. Before the end of the week is up, everybody will know about this, and hopefully everyone will have a copy of exactly what we're going to do, and then we can move forward with the battle plan and implement this. But I want to bring up the text message that I received. I don't know how true it is about the emergency broadcast alert system that's going to be coming out. I remember we talked about that last night a little bit. So, but I'll let you continue doing your thing. Let me get this email out, and we'll talk about that if you want.
Yeah, go ahead and send it my way. And then, let's see. Looks like Robert is back on. So bringing him back into the fold.
Yeah,
hey, Robert.
I have
welcome
no
back.
idea. I have no idea what happened there.
Yeah, I don't know either. Did your cheek or something press the end call button or something?
No, I must have done something though. I know that for sure.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, we had a late night last night because we were on Beyond the Mainstream, Donnie's show last night, and then Blog Talk decided, like right at the 2-hour mark, to abruptly end the show on everybody. So it's one of those things that hasn't happened for a long time, but when it did happen, several months ago, I promised Donnie, I'm like, hey, if I'm on and Blog Talk does that to us, then I will turn around and start up a show on the fly to continue. So it's something that I promised him I would always do, and so that's exactly what I did last night. I went in and just created a new show on my show and got the word out for everybody to migrate their way over, and it turned out to be a pretty good show. And then Ron Reck and Gunslinger called in, so we had quite the Saturday night group going on, and of course, whenever Sarge is on, it's like the show just kind of takes a life of its own, which I love it. But
he's a lightning rod.
Yeah, he is. And then Bianchi, of course, and then John Doe, and then Joe Gibson. It's like, when certain groups of people get together, that it's like, okay, I could just sit back now. I don't really have to do a whole lot. I say a whole lot to keep the show going.
Yeah, that's pretty much what.
Definitely don't have to
play clips. Pretty much what happened on my show, except for Eddie.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. Okay, and so I'm hoping to see some other people call in before we dive into the conversation about, the election and things that we can do, solutions, action items, that sort of thing, because I know I wanted to try to talk about that at least during the second hour, but during this waiting period while we wait for more people to hopefully join the conversation, I hate to start it and then have people joining in the middle of it.
Yeah, and we're going to repeat ourselves, Yeah, Robert, check your email and see if it went through, because it says sent, and I sent it. So check your email and see if you got it.
Did you send it to me as well or no?
I'm going to send it to you right now. Hang on. I got to scan it, copy and paste, and it's a pain in the ass. But all right, now I'm sending it to you now. Send it to Lorianne right now.
Forward it. Yeah, you should be able to just forward it, and then I should get it.
I just sent it to you. I just sent it to Lorianne, and I sent it to Robert. So.
Okay. Which one did you send it to?
I will keep an eye out.
The email. I don't know how many emails you got. I don't know. I sent it to the one that I have on. The Regan one. The one Regan.com.
Well, I didn't get it. How do you spell that? REAGAN or?
RPGARDING @Regan.com.
Yeah, how do you spell Reagan?
I don't know. It's in your email. However you spell your email. It's at REAGAN.com.
Yep. It should be there then. I don't see it yet.
I know. It says sent. That's what I'm trying to say. I sent it out the other day, too. I sent it to Lorianne, too, just now, so I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. Well, I'll keep
Might
checking.
take a little bit to get it. I don't know.
I don't think it shouldn't. It should be. It's instant. Emails are instant, and they should be right there. Either check your spam box, or, I mean, unless there's something going on in my office professional office WordPad, because somebody sent me a document in WordPad once, and it screwed up all my emails, so I can't attach emails anymore. So that could be the problem. I don't know, but. The thing of it is that, look, we'll get the documents out to everybody. I'll get them out to everybody somehow. And if I got to post it on Facebook or whatever I got to do, put it on my Facebook page, and then people could download it from there, and then do it like that. But we all agreed to the format of what we're talking about here. Obviously, we have to fix the elections in this country. If we're going to have election fraud, and the elections can't be trusted in this country, then we have no republic. There's no point in arguing about anything else. There's no point in talking about anything else. There's no point in saying we have a country. It's kind of like the border situation. It's kind of like up there with the border situation. But if we can't elect leaders, if we can't do it lawfully and we can't do it honestly, then what are we going to do in this country? I mean, what are we doing? I mean, it's a banana republic. Forget it. Just pack your bags, or it's a joke. So either we're going to take this seriously and we're going to fix this, or we're not going to do anything. So it's up to you. It's up to the people out there, and we have the voice. We're podcasters. There's 10 different shows that we've linked up with now. We're all connected with each other. We all have different audiences, many different people queue into your show, my show, Robert's show, and there's no reason why talking to those people connected with their friends and their friends of friends, the reason why this cannot be a very large movement and it can't make a difference, across this country. And we're national. So there's no reason why we can't do this.
I agree.
Yeah. So the proposals the proposals that we agreed upon,
go ahead.
If you want, is that we for the election would be. Let me get the election proposals up here, because you guys don't have a copy, so I'm the only one that has a copy. But we read them off last week on my show and another show, and everyone said, "Yeah, kind of. That sounds good. That sounds real good," and it kind of coincides with what everyone else wants to. And the only person that disagreed was a liberal. It was someone who supports liberal. Joe Biden obviously hates Donald Trump and can't stand Republicans, and they're the only ones that didn't support it, that were on the podcast that night. So and we're not going to get liberals to support anything that we say. That's just the way it is. We're divided right down the middle in this country. So who's going to be the righteous people that are going to stand up and win this war? We know they have an evil agenda. We know they don't stand for anything that's honest. We know that. Mm-hmm. Now, they can either change their ways and do the right thing and do it lawfully, or, you know what, it's like that join or die thing, appeal to heaven. We got to go back to the Founding Fathers and re-implement and restore the original Constitution, restore our republic, restore God, restore morality, restore honor, integrity, and honesty into this country again. We don't have that today. It's a big party. Everyone's a joke. Everyone thinks it's a joke. And you know what? Things are serious out there. And people are going hungry. People can't afford to pay things because of inflation. And it's going to get worse. Mm-hmm. It isn't a joke. It's very serious. Even the idiots out there who don't even know it's hit them upside the head yet don't even know what to do. So we have to fix our election. So this is the comprehensive list that I came up with. And we can amend it. We could do whatever. People are welcome to share their thoughts and their opinions. But basically, ballot production should be as secure as our currency, considered like ballot integrity project. Recommendations that were associated with go to https:/vote FINCHEM.com. /announcing the ballot integrity project. This is what this model's after. We want a hand count of all paper ballots by volunteers at counting tables with cameras and an open, transparent environment. Okay, so everybody has to wear body cams. Anyone who is handling ballots has got to wear a body cam. So it is recorded everything they touch, where they go, what they do. There should not be a problem with that at all. We have body cameras on the police officers, and we have cameras up everywhere in society today, so why not in our elections, when we're doing our elections? Let's see here. Each voter precinct must not have more than 3,000 voters that are handling the ballots or in the electoral process, the electoral, how do you say it, in the, how did I say that last week? I think I got hung up on that one, too. I forgot. Somebody, I think Sarge helped me out with that one. Yeah, but I think Sarge, I don't know if Sarge is here tonight or not. But ID is required of each voter. For voters who do not have a driver's license or a valid photo ID, the voter must provide his or her address, birth date, and last 4 digits of the Social Security number when voting in person. Mail-in ballots are available only to voters who cannot vote physically in person for work-related or documented health reasons. Mail-in ballots require signature verification by a county election board staff in the presence of the public. Mail-in ballots are required to be hand-counted in the same manner as in-person ballots and only on Election Day. Electronic online voting is not permitted. Election Day is going to be declared a state holiday. Okay, North Carolina's voter registration system requires qualified database analysis who provide recommendations with a structure and maintenance of the database with proper audit controls. North Carolina voter registration is maintained at the county level. In each county, self-contained computer system and backup, not at the state level. North Carolina voter registration and election data must not be stored in the cloud. Qualified database analysis must review the maintenance of each county voter registration data and computer system and provide a biannual update to the Election Oversight Committee. County boards of election are to be bipartisan, with 2 members of each party, the chairperson to be appointed by the County Board of Commissioners, totaling 5 members. State, county, and local government and their employees are prohibited from applying for and accepting monetary and in-kind donations. Recalls: any person holding a public office of state, county, or local government, including state and county boards of election, either by election or appointment. This will be modeled after Montana's Recall Act. Okay? And then I got a couple more here. And then, let's see here. Any person holding public office of the state or any of its political subdivisions, either by election or appointment, is subject to recall from office. A public officer holding an elective office may be recalled by the qualified electors entitled to vote for the elective officer's successor. A public officer holding an appointed office may be recalled by the qualified electors entitled to vote for the successor or successors of the elective office or officers who have the authority to appoint a person to that position. Physical or mental lack of fitness, incompetence, violation of the oath of office, physical misconduct, or conviction of a felony offense are the only grounds for recall. A person may not be recalled for performing a mandatory duty of the office that the person holds for not performing any act that, if performed, would subject the person to prosecution for official misconduct. That's very important. That right there pretty much rounds out my list. I've got a couple of things here separate here for North Carolina that would only apply to North Carolina, like for instance, repeal the new Green Deal and stuff like that, so that don't apply to the rest of the states. So, anybody got any questions? Anybody think I missed something, or is there anything that they want to add? What do you think?
Yeah, I still haven't gotten the email on that, but I think all of that sounds good. I missed a little bit of what you said about the database, because I did it with the database of voter registration and stuff. Is it in there for, like, regular cleanups, like clean up the database of dead people, people that have moved out of state, people that are otherwise ineligible? Okay, good. Yeah, because that is definitely something that I know I have said a lot about many, many times, is how the states fail to, they almost make it impossible. Like they release their databases and get rid of voter registrations like that. You know, it's just, they want to make it easier and easier and easier to register to vote, but they damn sure don't want to clean up those databases. And so that, here in a state in Oregon where we're a mail-in ballot state, mail-in or drop-off, we don't go to the polls, it is imperative that we have that database as clean as we can possibly get it. But Oregon doesn't do that, and that's why there are so many ballots that are sent out here in Oregon to people that are dead, people that have moved, people that are otherwise ineligible. They just go out everywhere, and it's really hard to trust the election results here in Oregon, exactly because of that, because we have a dirty, messy, outdated voter registration database, and so it's imperative that gets cleaned up.
And that's the same thing as it is here in New Mexico. They don't want to get rid of that database because essentially that gets rid of some of their voters that they want.
Yeah. See, we're not going to be handed. Yeah,
it's a way of getting people to vote.
Yeah, this has to do with elections, the state's elections. This has nothing to do with the budgets or anything like that. No other laws. Right now, we want to handle the elections, concentrate on that, see if we can make a difference. And so the battle plan would be, once everybody can get a copy of this, which I have to try to get a copy of it to you, so I'm going to have to take a photograph. I'm going to have to do something here, because obviously that email is not working. I don't know why. I scanned it. I swear, I scanned it, and it says sent. It says sent. So I don't know what the heck's going on here. So I don't know. But that's why when Robert said he didn't get it, I was like, well, I sent it. And I thought he was pulling my leg here, and he just, but I guess you guys didn't get it. I just sent it to you too, Lorianne, and you said you didn't get it. So that's odd.
Yeah, I checked my junk email, and I still haven't gotten it. Man. So I don't know what the deal is. I do not know either.
I will get it to you guys. I'll get it to you. I'll get posted somehow, and then this way here, you guys can download it or get it. I'll get it emailed to you. But now, how are we going to move this to our county officials, or what are we going to do here? Obviously, we have to chip in with everybody because we don't have 50 or 100 people in each state right now. But so that means we're all going to have to converse on say like your state, Lorianne, my state, Robert's state, down in Florida. There, we're all going to have to help each other out by contacting these election officials and demand that these stipulations be implemented. There's no reason why their House legislators cannot call a special session and to address election integrity. Now, some states already have now. So some states have got some good election rules and laws on the books, but a majority of them don't. So, like Sarge said, the states in question, like Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Robert's state there, New Mexico, Florida, I think is a bad one. Maybe we should start with those. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, yeah.
I know me personally, I would like to start with Oregon. Oregon is one of those special cases. I think, it's where I live, and it's a mail-in or ballot drop-off state. And so I know for me personally, I would like to start right here at home in Oregon because, there were so many problems with the last couple of elections, and we had some really close outcomes as a result, especially on our Oregon measures. Not so much for candidates, but we had a couple of measures that just barely passed. And so I think it's imperative that here in Oregon, write my Secretary of State, write my legislators, write.
Well, wait. Do you have a state board of elections? Do you have a state board of election committee? Do you have a state board of elections or a county board of elections? I mean, what do you have there? Because we're not going to write to your governor because he has nothing to do with it, but or your Secretary of State. But so, what do you have out there? Who monitors your elections? Who's in control of it?
That I'm going to have to dig up. That I'm definitely going to have to dig up.
Well,
mostly county, those county electors, for our districts and stuff, that's part of the issue, is me finding out, okay, who locally here in my own county, but also statewide, and like a mass email to get the people's names that this message needs to go out to. So that's going to be something on my part that I'll have to look up.
Okay, all right. So you don't know if you have a county board election or state board election. Okay, so as soon as you can find that out, that's great. So, like for instance, in my state, I have a state board of elections. They set the ground rules for all the elections in the state of North Carolina. Okay, and then I have a county board, but they go along with whatever the state board says. So if we were to make any changes, we have to contact my state board of elections.
Right, and guys, is this Robert or Joe that just spoke?
Joe Gibson.
Okay,
Joe Gibson.
So let me give you what recently happened. This is election season, of course, and there are people that are running for our what we call what essentially is our county council, right? Well, it's called a parish down there, but anyway, parish council. And so, two people that are running for in this particular district, one of them showed up just handing out cards and this, that, and the other, running around on a golf cart and all that. The other one showed up, and guess what he had with him? He had a mail-in ballot. All right.
Wow.
So
yeah.
So we have to do something about these local parish local commissioners guys that will show up and say, "Oh, I want you to be a mail-in ballot guy. I want you to mail in your vote." That's what essentially he said. He said, "I want you to mail in the vote," right? And that's right.
What state are you in?
Right with Go
what
ahead.
State are you in? What state are you
Louisiana.
in? Louisiana. Okay. All right. So Louisiana. So all right. So let me write that down. Louisiana. We got to look that up. So do you have a state board of elections, or do you have who controls your elections?
We do, but next time I see the female that came by to run, I'm gonna tell her what happened. And I know her, but I'm going to tell her what happened because she's running against this guy, and I'm not sure how she feels about it, but I'm going to tell her what happened and stuff like that. But yeah, the biggest deal down here has always been the cleaning of the voter rolls because there was a lot of so-called quote dead people voting, right? I mean, there was a guy that did a radio show that the radio station, the building for the radio station was across from a graveyard, right? And he said, "Well, my place of work is across from a voting precinct." That's the biggest thing that is the cleaning of the voter rolls down here.
Well, according to this, what I'm reading so far, the Secretary of State controls your elections. But let me do some more research on that. But we're going to find out a lot quicker than when you meeting up with this lady, because this is going to be moving. We got to move on this. We got to start moving on this. And because we got a lot of other issues that have to be addressed. But this election stuff, we have to tackle this, and we want to make a difference. We want to make our voices known. There's no reason why we cannot. And then I'm going to tell you right now, if we work hard at this, there's no reason why someone from the corporate media or we may get some other people that will want to join up with us or we may, going to want to side with us. If they see us working hard and making a difference, there's many groups out there that are working, trying to change this too. But everybody's doing different things. Nobody's working together. If we could all start working together, we can make a difference.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to go ahead and bring Gunslinger on. Gunslinger is on Direct Connect, and apparently pressing 1 when using the Direct Connect doesn't actually raise the hand in the queue. So if you do use the Direct Connect to connect to the show, go into the chat room as well and let me know if you want me to bring you on or not, since pressing 1 is not working. In any case, I think that I think we do need to start per state because, me being here in Oregon, if I write people in Florida or in New Mexico, I mean, they're not going to give a shit. I'm not a registered voter there. They're not going to give a shit about what I have to say. So I think that, if
you're not going to tell them. You're not going to tell them where you're from. They don't need to know where you're from. They don't need to know where you're from. When they say, well, where are you calling from? None of their business. Okay, I'm a United States citizen. That's all that matters. Okay, and I'm here to, I want to address your state's election laws. That's all. And I'm here, I want to email you a copy of my demands and what I think that your legislative body needs to have a quorum on and discuss. And when they start getting 100, 200, 1,000 emails or 500 calls a day or whatever have you, however way we go about it, they're going to take notice and something's going to happen, trust me. Because it will make headway. But when they start playing their games, no, we're in charge, not them. They don't ask the questions. We ask the questions. They give the answers.
Yeah, I know here in New Mexico, our State Board of Elections is through the Secretary of State, and that's a total leftist-leaning Maggie Toulouse Oliver. And she's about as left as they come.
Yeah, it looks like Louisiana does the same thing. They have a Secretary of State, and so that's probably who we're gonna have to contact. But and it's backwards. It's backwards. Democratic Party controls the office of governor, while the Republican Party controls the office of the Attorney General. It's backwards. It's all backwards. They pawn off each other. The same money funds both parties. Meanwhile, the voters are getting screwed. It's ridiculous.
Well,
that's for sure.
I can tell you this, Joe, that the Secretary of State and the Attorney General for the state, who's currently running for governor, who will probably end up winning, are both Republicans. Number one, number two, they were all. Remember when Texas was suing like Pennsylvania and all these places about the election? They were in there with Texas trying to sue the other states because they said, and rightfully so, that the way they ran the elections not disqualified, but, was bad for the vote, and hurt Louisiana, just like it hurt Texas. Yeah. But, again, that lawsuit didn't get taken because of standing, which is bullshit. But that's neither here nor there,
Yeah.
But
I got you.
We need to take care of this stuff and take care of it now because we have people that are trying to get election integrity done with big names, but they're not going through each and every state to do it. I mean, Mike Lindell's trying to do it, but he's going at it in a different way than this,
Yes, I know. I signed up for his way, but he's concentrating on Arizona right now. I want to concentrate on the entire country, because we're podcasters and we're national. We have a national audience, so we have people from all over the country listening to it. So I think that's why it's better off we don't concentrate on just one state.
Right. Well, he's trying to go state by state, and I think he's trying to focus just on what they call the states that had all the problems. Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan. The swing states or whatever you want to call those things, right? And that's not, you need to focus on those states because you can do it again in those states, but you need to widen your focus. Get it done, to get it done in the whole country.
Yeah. No, I got you. Yeah. But so anyway, where's Sarge tonight? Where's Sarge? Is he out there? I can't believe he wouldn't be here tonight. Can't believe that.
I'm not seeing him. There is a Skype caller that's just muted, but usually, Sarge will usually raise his hand. He usually doesn't just sit back and listen. So I don't see him yet, but hopefully he'll make his way here. But yeah, if I think that if you can get, that list that you went through earlier, and if we can get that in an email, that can be used as a template that we can send to various states, including our own state. We don't want to neglect the problems of our own state, but, and it's great that we, hit things up nationally because we are heard across the nation. And yet, at the same time, every state is a little bit different. So some things on that list are going to be easier in some states and harder in other states. Just like, like I said, Oregon being a mail-in ballot state, there's some things, people aren't going to give up their mail-in ballots. We've been doing it for, decades now. That's not something that's going to be an easy thing for Oregonians to, be willing to give up their mail-in ballot thing and actually go to the polls and physically show up. So that's kind of the reality here in Oregon. So some of those demands are applicable to other states because, Oregon is one of the few states. I don't know how many other states there are, but I know there's very few that are like 100% mail-in ballots. So we need to direct that. And then we do have Skype caller raising their hand and Cinnamon raising her hand. So I'm going to bring Cinnamon on. Hi, Cinnamon. Thanks for calling in.
Hello.
Happy Sunday. Hello.
Happy Sunday to you guys.
Yay. And then bringing in the Skype caller that's raising their hand. Who do we got?
Boy, can you imagine that? Now I come in here helping my friend out. He's got a Peterbilt 929 tractor. He just got it. He's got a bad drivetrain. We had to pull the transmission and all this other stuff out. And I just got through helping him doing that. Coming back in the house, and as soon as I turn on the computer, there's Joe Gibson complaining about me being AWOL. I said, look here, I better call in and mollify Joe. So, Joe, I place myself at your disposal, sir. What can I do for you?
Explain it to him, everyone. Explain it to him, please, what we just went over.
Listen to the archive. We do have another Skype caller raising their hand, so I'm going to go ahead and bring that person on and find out who we got as well. Who do we have now? Welcome.
Exactly. On Joe.
Hey, John Doe. How's it going?
Doing fine.
John Doe, what it be like, John?
What it is, the master man. Sounds
What's
good.
up, man?
Always good to hear you, Sarge.
How you doing, Masabi?
And you too. You provide a great deal of stimulation for the conversation.
Well, that's what it's all about. I'm learning too. Keep me on my toes.
Amen. Me too.
Absolutely. Yeah, we had a late night last night, that's for sure. And we'll probably have another late night now. But now that we have more people, I know that, Joe Gibson, I know you don't want to have to repeat yourself, but will you run down again that list so that Cinnamon and John Doe and Sarge and anybody that missed it the first time so we can all get up to speed?
Sarge already heard it. I know that. I think so. You want me to read the whole thing again to everybody, or you want me to just wait to say and get it emailed to everybody and then, do it like that? You want me to really read the whole thing again? I mean, it's up to you.
Broadly. You have to go through every detail. Just give me a brief summary.
I mean, yeah, we're talking about implementing these new voter integrity laws in these states that need it. If your state needs, to fix your voter integrity laws because you don't like the way the voting is going down, then I prepared a list, a modeled list after a few other states like Montana and whatnot, and I just read a bunch of stuff, and everybody pretty much is on board with what I said and agrees with what everybody's proposing also. And this is what we're going to implement, and we're going to attack all these states lawfully and peacefully, of course, and go after their legislators and say this is what we demand that you implement in your state before the next election. There's no reason why these laws or rules cannot be implemented in the state board of elections in your state or other states before the next election, because the election system, the American people, or we as American citizens, don't trust. We think there's corruption. We know there's corruption. So we don't want that in 2024. We want it fixed.
Well, I was thinking of two aspects to the problem that you're posing. Number one, the method of casting the ballot of the vote itself, along with the qualification of the voter to ensure that the voter is legally allowed to vote. Number two, a mechanism to ensure that we can have post-election audits with integrity. I think we need to kind of categorize.
I listed all that, sorry. Yep. I listed all that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, on that list, I don't think that I heard no touchscreen voting or no voting machines that do not produce a paper receipt for those audits.
No electronic voting. No electronic voting. Yeah, I'll go over the list again and just tell me what if you want. I mean, hand count
or if you do have electronic voting and have to spit out a paper receipt verifying the votes that got registered. Like what New York is doing. They're doing these touchscreen only, and they're not going to spit out a receipt or verification of the votes that were recorded. I think that is absolutely wrong. I think that's fraudulent. And so if you are going to do touchscreen voting or do voting machines at the polls, then you need to have a paper verification. Every single person that uses it needs to walk out with that piece of paper in their hand that verifies the votes that were registered.
Yes, Lorianne. Use of hand. Go ahead.
Well, that goes to the method of voting, and that's again, that's the first category I talk about, the way the vote is cast and the way it's recorded.
Use of hand-marked paper ballots that are numbered, sequenced, watermarked, and with a MYALAR wrapped RFID insert, much like our money is watermarked to detect counterfeit versus real. Ballot production should be as secure as our currency. Ballot integrity, as modeled after Ballot Integrity Project. I gave the website, when I read it off earlier. And hand count all paper ballots by volunteers at counting tables with cameras, body cameras. Everyone who handles any type of ballot control or was involved in the counting process has to wear a body cam. So I went over that. There's no more mail-in ballots. No more mail-in ballots.
Absentee ballots would be for military, persons who are indisposed because of a medical condition. And that's pretty much it. I can't think of any other ballots.
And people that are literally out of the country, they're on vacation, they're out of the country, very valid reasons, not, just because I don't feel like going to the polls.
And we want the state to declare a holiday that day. On our election day, there's no reason why it can't be a state holiday. Why not? We have holidays for everything else. Why not? This is one of the most important things we do as a republic is vote. So why not declare it a state holiday?
There are probably more people on our side that are working than on the other side. That's another thing to consider, too.
Yep.
Yeah, I know here in New Mexico, we're a mail-in ballot thing, too, and the Republican Party has been really actively fighting that and trying to get it so there's one-day voting and that's it.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. 100%.
Same-day voting, that's it.
Yep. Yes. Oh, everything's done the same day. That's correct. Yep, Sarge. Yeah.
But given the fact that that's not given the fact that's not a universal reality yet, I still think we have to deal with what is, which is the states where universal mail-in balloting and drop boxes are the lay of the land. If that's the case, then we're going to have to use whatever resources we can to get out as many votes for our side as we can, because that's just the way the law is in those states.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, now the delivery system. When I get this list to you guys, and you can change it too, and you want to amend it or whatnot. This isn't the solid and gold. If anybody's got any suggestions, after they read it. But how are we going to deliver this now to the state? Let's just say Florida. Let's say we'll start with Florida. We'll pick a day on Monday. Everybody that we know, who knows of us and who's friends with us and are friends of them and friends of them are going to contact such and such a place in Florida on Monday. We're either going to email them or call them. Is that, do you guys agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, I'd like to remind everybody that I know we need to change the laws, and we got to do it. But we got to remember, they're not going to change the laws in every state where they have these universal mail-in ballots and drop boxes. So we have to also have a strategy to deal with that until we can get the laws changed.
Yes, but we're going to try, though. We're going to try it first. Try to get these laws changed.
Yeah, absolutely. But we also have to accept the fact that in many of the places, if not most of them, we're not going to be able to get the laws changed. They want to be able to cheat.
I know. You know, but if everybody, and there's people that listen to these shows, believe me, I get calls from people sometimes say, I listened to you for years, and the first time they call me after years of listening to me, you know, and they were all just nervous to call, you know, and there's people that are listening right now, and if they're listening, you got to take action. When we say this day, this is what we're doing, we're moving on Florida, man, you got to do it. You got to do your part, please.
Not only do we have to deal with the mail-in balloting, but we also have to in a lot of these states that does have the mail-in balloting, they also have ballot harvesting. We've got to deal with ballot harvesting.
Drop boxes. They got drop boxes. People just walk up the box, drop in a ballot.
No.
That, by the way, and people get mailed ballots who don't even ask for them. A lot of these states actually mail out ballots to everybody that's either a registered voter or voting agents, even those who did not request the ballot. And you know a lot of those votes, probably hundreds of thousands of them, were turned in fraudulently.
Yep.
They just mail the ballot out to everybody, put it in the mailbox. And, you know, some of these people were actually following around the letter carriers and knowing, you know, when these boxes just open, you just go in and take the ballot out, you put whatever marks on it you want. It's a valid ballot given by the state, but it never gets to the addressee.
Yeah. You're right, Sarge. But there's all kind of things they do. There's all kind of things we need to address on this matter. Because I do believe the 2020 election was probably the most fraudulent in the history of the United States. Only 43% of the people actually voted in person at the polls. Most of the ballots were mail-in ballots or drop ballots. And I have this no doubt in my mind that at least, I don't know, estimating 5 to 7% of the votes Joe Biden allegedly got were not valid votes. Sarge, they've been doing it for a long time. They just got caught cheating, you know? They got caught. You know, it's kind of like you ever play a game, you ever cheated when you were a kid at a game? I know I got caught. Oh, they're going to catch me, you know? They know they got caught this time. And remember, the majority of voters for Donald Trump voted in person at the election polls. The majority of Trump voters did.
In Michigan, in 2020, there was problems in our voting system. They mailed ballots out, whether you requested them or not.
Exactly.
For the absentee ballots. My son, my youngest, who had moved to Florida 2 years earlier, got a ballot. I know at the place where I work, the assisted living place that I live at, I know one of the ladies there had passed away, and she passed away before they mailed out the ballots, but it was pretty close. I want to say it was only probably a 3-week difference. So that one would be just up in the air on that one. State. But I know her daughter was very, very worried about getting that ballot.
Mm-hmm.
So in 2022, they put if the voters want something and they get a petition and they get it put on a ballot, we can vote in something that we want, and then the legislatures, we want it put into the Constitution, then the legislatures have to pass bills to put it in. Well, in 2022, we put in it was a voting access bill. So we wanted early voting. They wanted the absentee voting. It was every which way you can make it easier for somebody to vote. So every which way we can do to make anybody else can, steal votes, stuff ballot box. It's a nightmare. And it's going in, it's going into the Constitution. And they're still kind of battling out pretty much. So far, what they've got is each municipality can set, for early voting, they can set either, it has to be 9 days at least, or longer if they think they need it. So up to 29 days. And they can do this like countywide if they work with other municipalities, and so only have like 2 places in the county that you can go and do your early voting. One of the other problems with Michigan also was absentee ballots didn't get counted till the day of the election, which I think is just totally stupid. I would think that like the week before you would start counting those ballots. I mean, you're not reporting to anybody what the vote tabulation is. So almost everybody in 2020, I want to say about 80% of Michigan voted absentee ballot in 2020 because they all thought it was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
And,
well, I got another.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I got another really interesting tidbit that came out from as a result of a Freedom of Information Act from Real Clear Investigation. They put out an FOI Act request. They got it back. And we now know that Fulton County, Georgia, election officials in 2020 deputized several hundred anti-Trump Democrats from the ACLU. Now listen to this. Gave them the power to process absentee ballots received through online portals, and then these same ACLU poll workers with iPads with the authority to cancel absentee ballots without county supervision.
What?
Wow.
This was gotten through an FOIA request.
Who submitted that? Who requested? Who requested it? Who requested it? Who they requested from?
It was requested by an outfit called Real Clear Investigation. They got the report from Fulton County after an FOIA request, and the judge ordered them to release it. And it was official. They officially deputized people from the ACLU, which is a largely anti-Trump organization. And again, what is significant is they were given the authority to cancel ballots without any county supervision or approval. Once they were deputized, they had the authority to decide what ballots they could cancel or approve. In the absentee ballot processing.
Why isn't this on the 6 o'clock news?
And Carrie Lake is saying that she said they did a similar thing. A guy named Adrian Fontes, who was the current Arizona Secretary of State, he was doing that when he was the Maricopa County Recorder. That's what Carrie Lake is saying about Adrian Fontes. The corruption we have to deal with, folks, I'm saying we have to climb a mountain of corruption. And it's not everyone in the United States. I like to keep emphasizing it's just 5 or 6 states. Like I said, those swing states. Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania. And that's where this stuff occurred. We talked about 33,000 votes surplus to what they needed to win electorally to defeat Donald Trump. It isn't a lot of votes. 33,000 in those 5 states total that Donald Trump lost the electoral vote by.
Yep. Yeah. And that could coincide with the emergency broadcast. We got to appreciate what we're dealing
with here. I want everybody to appreciate what we're dealing with. It doesn't take a huge amount. They talk about the popular vote. It's meaningless. We know California's going to go for Trump. I don't have any doubt that the electoral vote, even notwithstanding the corruption, was going to go overwhelmingly for Joe Biden. But California only has so many electoral votes, no matter what the popular vote is. I'm talking about electorally. Okay. Donald Trump lost the election by 33 or so thousand votes. That's how we lost.
All right, so
And
that coincides, Sarge. That coincides somewhat with everything that's being exposed right now with the with the alert that was sent out to certain people. This happened, Sarge. You remember about 9 months ago or 6 months ago, if you remember correctly, with the Republic. It says just received moments ago. The time is at hand. A received notice from a valid source who was notified by U.S. military active duty word is to be spread that it's time. There will be a 10-day shutdown where there will be shutdowns. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, will send out alerts. Banks will be closed. ATMs will not work. Your debit cards won't work. Credit cards won't work. The financial system will be shut down. We will need to have a minimum of 3 weeks of food, water, power sources, generators in some places. There will be 24/7 education for the people, airing 8 hours a day in reruns. And the government will be shut down, replaced. Military will be on some streets, and in case of civil unrest, stay home with your families if you can. Don't get involved. Don't engage them. Feel free to share this and word this out to people that you know that are in the know. And the time window is 24 to 72 hours. That's what it says. So whatever that means. Now, they just sent this out before, and nothing happened. So
yeah.
Well, remember, Sarge, I did a show on this?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. We had all kinds of sheriffs listening, and many militia people were listening, and everybody was like, okay, we'll see what happens. And now they did come out with a message, but I think on the emergency broadcast system, but, it was brief, and they did have a blackout, I think, on that. But so we'll see what happens. Who knows? Everyone says September something's going to go down. So now this happened to me before the January 6th thing. I got a message like this in mid-December, and then I put 2 and 2 together, and it was January 6th they were talking about. So who knows? September is coming around, and I know everything happens in September. The banker bailout happened in September. 9/11 happened obviously. So everything happens in September for some reason.
Huh. Yeah. Well, I tell you, we're up against a mountain with this election fraud. Remember, it's not everywhere in the United States. That's a way to keep remembering. It really isn't there. It could be in the next election if we don't maintain vigilance. But the real problem is concentrated in those 5 or 6 states. That's where it is.
Yeah. That's
where the problem is.
Yeah.
And that's where some of the election laws are some of the loosest.
Well, I would say just stay alert, stay vigilant, and and look, this has to happen anyway. It has to happen. I mean, we got to fix this crap. I don't want to live like this no more. I'm sick and tired of it.
You and me both. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, here in Oregon, one of the biggest controversies in the last election was Clackamas County. And Clackamas County is the 3rd largest county in Oregon. And it is a split county. So, part of it is a suburb of Portland, and then it goes out into rural areas. So that's why it's a very split county. And it just so happens that they knowingly printed ballots that the barcodes could not be read. They knew about it, and they went ahead and sent those ballots out anyways, knowing that they would not be able to be read. And so there were around 250,000 ballots that were received, and they had to be hand duplicated onto ballots that could be read. So they had a team of people hand copying the unreadable ballots over to readable ballots. And it's like, this cannot be allowed to happen again, number one. Number two, that's why I'm such a stickler on the body cams, because I'm like, if you're going to have a whole bunch of people duplicating all of these ballots and that it's going to be honest, that nobody's going to make a mistake or nobody's going to be fraudulently marking ballots, that kind of thing. I mean, that happened. You absolutely know that happened. And so that's why the body cams are so important, because, if there's a situation like that again, and it's not just that, but they can do that with any ballot that a person fills out. Let's say, they go outside the box, and there's, any problem with it being read. then they are allowed to hand copy it over. And so it's, so that's why those body cams are so important, because, it needs to be absolutely visible to somebody going, hey, even send it to the voter, hey, voter, your original ballot could not be read, so it was hand copied. Here's the video, the body cam video of the person duplicating your ballot so that you can make sure that it was done correctly. That's what they should do. Send you an email with the copy of that video to the registered voter, or a secure message or something, a secure server to log into on the Secretary of State's website, where we check our voter, that's where we can, sign up for alerts on our ballots, was it sent, was it received, was it counted, that kind of thing. They could do the same exact thing, and if they have to actually copy that ballot, then that should also be the same location where the voter can view the actual person doing it to make sure that they copied it correctly.
You know what we have on video of Brian Kemp saying, the governor of Georgia? You know what we just caught him on video saying? He told at a fish fry in Georgia on Saturday, he told Georgia voters, if you give anybody a voting machine, they can hack it.
That's right.
He's on video saying this. And by the way, there's a Florida attorney right now filing a legal challenge that says Donald Trump cannot be on the 2024 ballot because he was involved in January 6th insurrection.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. Bullshit.
See, I'll tell you what we're up against is like nothing I ever thought I'd ever seen in the United States before. And all we did is get, by the way, all this information about what's been happening in Georgia can only help Donald Trump's defense.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's one thing here you got to realize, too. Until you get rid of those electronic voting machines, you're just spinning around and around and around. Okay?
Yep. Brian Kemp just confirmed it.
Yep. You have to get rid of them, because as long as they're out there, they're going to cheat. It's an electronic piece of equipment. It's like a computer. Okay? Computers can be hacked. They can be cheated on. They can do all kinds of great and wonderful things, but also they can be your worst enemy too. Okay? Until they go back to the regular old ballots, even the big machines. Remember back in the 70s, the big old cabinet-looking machines. When I first started voting, I voted in those things. You pull the handle and you click the little things in there. That spit out a paper ballot, and you had an official, usually a sheriff, right there to make sure that it went into the proper place. That's the only fair way that it will be able to do. You can't trust the electronic shit. It can be tampered with. Don't you ever actually? Don't you know that hackers hacking computers? Well, the same damn thing. If it has an electronic system in it, it can be hacked. I don't care what anybody. I got a fucking
Absolutely, and that's why I think, if they are going to have it, that's going to be a hard sell. A lot of people love their electronic voting machines.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And so if they're going to get it, then we have to require, insist that, okay, once that machine passes QA testing, right, then it's offline and nobody updates it with anything. It is offline, nobody touches it, and it has to be done at least 2 weeks before the election or before mail-in ballots go out. Any kind of machine that counts it qualifies at least 2 weeks before mail-in go out, or at least 2 weeks before the election day. That thing is offline. No further updates can be done to it. Everything, all of that stuff, and like I said, spinning out a paper ballot as well. So if we're going to have these electronic voting machines and we're going to have these, this equipment that counts the ballots, then we have to have like a deadline to cut off any updates. It cannot be online, cannot be accessible via the internet to be hacked. And it also needs to have a camera on it, too. Once it's certified and it's in place, a camera on it to make sure nobody's walking up with a USB stick, and hacking it that way. So it has to have 24/7 video camera on each and every machine so that anybody that comes near it or touches it, it'll record that, and it can be turned off on election day. So that, you're not violating the voters' privacy or whatever. But up until then, while it's sitting there in stasis, offline, during that time before election, it's being monitored 24/7 to make sure nobody's using a USB to go in there and do it. Because that's another part of the problem, too. When these machines were offline, I know I saw videos of people walking up with USB sticks, sticking it in there, and then next thing you know, that voting machine, you touch it for one candidate and it's registering it for another. And so we have to, if we're not going to get rid of them entirely, then we have to demand that some of these protocols get put into place.
Well, here's one problem with that. If you take them offline, if you completely isolate them from the internet, you're still only cutting the problem by 50%. Ever heard of wireless? You would have to actually
they're
put that
supposed to be
machine,
offline.
Well, not when it's wireless. You would have to put that machine in what you call a Faraday cage, okay? To totally isolate it from electronic, over-the-air, Wi-Fi, whatever you want to call it, hacking, okay? Anything like that. If it can go through the air, it can be hacked. I'm sorry, these machines are not perfect. My God, they're made by man. What do you expect? Man perfect or something? No.
Okay, how about voting machines cannot have their Wi-Fi turned on? They, only hardwired connection.
Yeah. Well, that's one way to do it. Yeah.
Said once that voting machine is certified, it's been tested, it's working properly, then it's unplugged. There's no Wi-Fi built in, nothing like that. So there's no way that somebody can go in over the airways and hack into it.
Here's another problem. I know a little bit about this. I got a 2-year degree in electronics. Okay, you have these things in these electronic voting machines called chips, and we was talking about this with Ron last night. Remember about the chips in the automobiles and the trucks, the cars, and all that shit. Ron is a master mechanic. Okay, he knows that shit upside down, backwards, forwards, and inside and out. All you have to do is put one little bitty, it could be the eighth of the size of a postage stamp chip in that board, okay, and that thing can be hacked probably within about 1,000 yards. Okay, easy. That's a piece of cake. That's child's play. 8-year-old kids could probably do that now. How smart as they are with electronic devices. Okay, so just because what have I said? Just because it's off doesn't mean it's really off. Okay. I don't know.
Exactly. And just because it's not accessible to the internet does not mean that a lot of these machines are they're wireless, but only within the internal network of that facility. So it's not internet accessible, but it is part of that. It is networked within that facility, like an isolated private network. And that's what needs to be turned off.
In those machines that data stored in them. There's a place in the machine. There's some sort of drive on which the data is stored. That can be altered. That can be removed and altered no matter what.
It's called the EEPROM.
Everywhere.
It's called the EEPROM chip. EEPROM.
Exactly.
That's programmable. So
where you can reprogram it. It's a flash drive. You can reprogram it.
Well, look, when they put these chips in the cars and the trucks, and they've done it since probably the early '80s, They have a system in there where all they have to do is broadcast a signal from one of those satellites up there, and there's literally tens of thousands of them damn things up there. Broadcast a certain area, and your car dies. It cuts off. They already have that in there right now.
Hey, you know what a BIOS is on a computer, right?
Do what?
Basic input output system, BIOS.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, look, I build lots of desktop computers. I get the components and I build them, and I regularly update the BIOS by simply flashing them over the internet.
Yep.
And it reprograms the BIOS.
Yep.
And these machines are no less. These machines are no less vulnerable. You don't even need to be on the internet to update it. All you got to have is a thumb drive. You put the thumb drive in the USB port, and you can reprogram the BIOS.
Yep.
You don't have to do it over the internet.
That's how I usually do it.
Yep.
That's how I usually do it. I download the firmware update onto a USB stick, and then I update it that way. And that's why I think that these voting machines need to have a body cam so that people can't just walk up with a USB stick and put in some update.
I just think it's too vulnerable to be used. I think it's too vulnerable to be used at all.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. I totally agree. But getting other people to agree and demand no longer using them when they're addicted to them, that's an uphill battle. So if we're not going to be able to get rid of them entirely, then we have to have adequate protocols in place to ensure that once they're certified and ready to go, that there is no way anybody has access to them.
Yeah.
And if they do have access to them, they're on body cam making sure that they're not just sticking a USB drive in there to update the firmware.
Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
And guys, where are a lot of these voting precincts located? They're
Which ones?
located
The ones that are in question?
Clinton's
they're located in gyms of schools, right? School gyms, right? Or lunchrooms or whatever. And where most of the schools have internet, right?
Oh yeah, it's all wireless.
Most of these schools have internet, so I mean, and it's very easy to hook into these schools' internet. So there you go.
Hell, even government buildings have wireless. City Hall, fire stations have internet, for God's sake. Libraries, okay. Any government building's going to have Wi-Fi, wireless, whole 9 yards a day. Okay, that's hotels, motels. Let's see, 7-Eleven. Hell, it's probably got fucking wireless, free Wi-Fi. You see it in the signs on the windows all the time. So, hell, McDonald's has free Wi-Fi. What does that tell you? Jeez. So that's it needs to go. It needs to go. There's no way that you can 100% secure a system like that. There's just no way. There's no way.
I just sent it to you in Messenger. That's the best way I can get it to you.
Yeah, there's no way.
Can you got that Messenger? Is there any way you can get that, save that like that, or do you need it as an email?
No, I can save it. Yeah, it's an image.
Right.
I can just save it. Yeah.
Great. And then can you email it to me?
Law?
Yeah.
Well, that's about abortion
Is that the abortion law? No.
Yeah.
That's just the top part. No. Read a couple lines down.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
I had to zoom up on it. Yeah. Then after that, it's the next comprehensive voter integrity law. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
let me save that image. I'll save it.
If you can email that to me,
Andy.
if you can email that to me, that'd be great. Whenever you get a chance, and then I can send it out as an email to everybody else. Then, and then you can help me out sending it out to whoever you know.
Got it. Yep.
There. Man, it took forever.
And I could email it to Robert and those that I have email addresses for as well. And then hopefully, since they didn't, hopefully he'll get it from me because he emails me and I email him, so shouldn't have a problem with emailing it to him.
Alrighty.
I'll give you a quick example of this, and this actually happened. I think at some airport. up north up there somewhere. But the baggage handlers and everything were stealing people's laptops. Okay, so this news crew investigation thing goes in there and puts a tracking chip in a laptop, which is already built into the damn thing anyway. Okay, and guess what? It was got stolen, and they tracked this laptop all the way to this guy's house. Knock on the door. You got my laptop? No, I don't. Yes, you do. And he hits a button on his laptop, and you hear it beeping. Busted. See how simple it is? It's so simple. An 8-year-old child could do it. So
Yep.
It is. Funny.
I mean, you talk about these chips in the cars. What do you think happens when somebody gets a stolen car and they call their car stolen and they call like OnStar and they say my car's been stolen? Well, what does OnStar do?
Cut it off.
That's right.
Cut it off. One little hit of probably a special code that they enter their computer, hit enter, and the fucking car dies. Just like the government can do. If they can do it, the government can do it. Hell, where do you think they got the idea from? The government? Really? Yeah. Mm-hmm. You'd be surprised. I mean, it's a scary electronic world out there. I knew it when I went to electronics school, got a 2-year degree back in 84, 85. Okay, I knew this shit was coming. It was just a matter of time, and it was only a few years until I said, whoop, I was right. It's here. So
Sarge, you brought up your state, Georgia. Lorianne said Oregon. We want to go after first, but we don't have all the facts on Oregon yet. So what do you think? Maybe we should go after Sarge's state, Georgia? I mean, 'cause that's where everything's coming out of right now, Georgia. Maybe just start going after.
Oh yeah, man, Georgia needs to clean it up bad. Like you just heard me say, the government. You guys want to hear what Brian Kemp said about the machines able to be hacked? Yeah, I can't believe it. He must have been drinking too much beer at the fish fry.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he actually said this, admitted this to a voter.
Yeah.
Well, once everybody gets a copy of this stuff, once they get a copy. And we got it, and everybody has their copies, and that's when we'll start moving with it. We'll all attack one state one day, and then wait another day, and then go after another state. So we have to all concentrate. The purpose of this is unifying our voices and directing it at one place. Like a laser beam, like a weapon. We're gonna, point it at one place, and go and see if we can make changes.
I'm going to bring on Joe Montana. I just saw that he's on the switchboard raising his hand, so I'm going to go ahead and bring Montana Joe in. Hello. Happy Sunday, Joe.
Hello, people. What's up? Any solutions yet? What's going on?
Voter integrity action items.
You missed the show, Joe.
So what are the solutions?
We got the
Okay, so do we have solutions?
We have a plan. We have it all printed out and ready to go, and everybody's going to get a copy. And we're going after the voter integrity laws, and we're going to go one state at a time and direct our knowledge and our power on Blog Talk Radio here as all the hosts at like a laser beam, one state at a time.
One state at a time, doing what?
Trying to change for the state to implement voter integrity laws, to change the voter laws where it's corrupt. Like, for instance, Georgia, where they're having a lot of problems with the voter integrity laws. We're going to contact who do we contact in that state, Sarge? What, the state legislator? You got a state board of elections?
Yeah, this is the state board of elections, and there's of course the state
legislature.
And
that's who we contact.
The state majority leader. We just had a new one elected. I can't think of his name right now. I think
the Board of Elections is the one that handles all the elections, so they're the ones that implement the rules and whatnot. So we would go after them to change the voting rules.
By the Secretary of State, I hate to say it, but it's overseen. But the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. Yeah, Brad Raffensperger said nothing illegal or irregular occurred in Georgia. We had an election filled with integrity, and him and Brian Raffensperger spent $100 million to put in Dominion's voting machines in every one of Georgia's counties. So that's part of the problem we're going to have right there.
Yeah, well, they got to go. They got to go. So yeah, so that's the one thing we'll add to the list for your state. We don't want those machines there. So what we're doing, Joe, is I've formulated a list. I've read it already 8 times over on different shows already of what we need to do to implement voter integrity laws, what we have to do to change them, and what should be implemented. And that's when everybody pretty much is on board with it. And everybody's going to get a copy, and we're going to email, and we're going to call, and we're going to try to use our power here on Blog Talk to influence these people to make changes.
Okay, well, you said you got to print it up, so text me a copy of it, okay? You got my number.
Yeah. Lorianne's got a copy. I'm not going to text it to you on your phone. She can email it to you or whatever. I'm not texting this on the phone. I don't do that.
Nobody has his email.
Why not? Nobody's got my email except one person.
Well, then Lorianne can text it to you. I don't text on phones.
Where did you get that screenshot from? Because I would actually like to, if I can get to the source of it, then I can copy the text instead of it having it be an image file. I can copy and paste the text into emails a lot easier, and then we can copy paste it into our communications to various county election office, state election offices.
We'll work on that.
Blah, versus,
you and I can work on that after the show or whatever. We'll work on that so you can get a copy of it. Because I'm having trouble getting this attached to the email for some reason. I sent it to Lorianne and Robert, and they didn't get it. So I'm wondering what the hell is going on.
The attachment to email. If it's a copy and paste, all you got to do is copy and paste to any email or any text.
I have a physical copy in my hand. I scanned it on my computer to my computer. I'm trying to get it off my computer into the email, and I'm having problems doing that.
Oh, okay. You can't. There's an attachment clip, a paper clip that looks like an attachment in your email, practically in all emails. You click on the paper clip, a little dialog box will show up, and it will go to where your image is, and that will be your attachment in the email, which you can send out to anybody.
I know, and I'm having problems having that done because I just tried to send it to Lorianne and Robert, and it wouldn't. And they said they didn't get anything.
Shit.
So So what I did was what I've done is now I've scanned it again, and I sent it to Lorianne on Facebook Messenger to see if that would work and see if we can try to get it out to people like that. We're working on it, Joe. We're getting there.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Here's another thing which Lorianne might know about.
Send me the link to where you got it from. Where you downloaded it from, or whatever. If you can give me the source, that would make things easier.
I don't have the source.
You can do this, Lorianne. Do you have a QR, OR scanning software? That'll take an image which has fonts in it and turn it into a text.
I can try it. It's in a PNG format, a PNG image file, so I can see if I can mess with it to see if I can get it to
what happened was
when you send it to me, I'll do the same thing.
Yeah, see, Joe, what happened was somebody sent me a Word document one night, and it screwed up my Microsoft Professional, and I told them, don't do that, and they sent it to me, and I opened it up, and I screwed up my whole program, and I can't get nothing attached to emails anymore for some reason. I don't know if they get a virus in there or what they did. It just won't open up my Microsoft Professional.
You should connect with, you should either connect with Lori, or if Lori doesn't have the time, connect with me during the week. And
we're going to get this done. We're moving on it.
Download malware. There's software that'll check out your computer for viruses. If the viruses aren't the problem, then it could be system files. The system files can be done with image software, and we'll see what we can do. So
we're moving on it this week, Joe.
Then you can contact me. We're moving on.
Yep, we're moving on it this week. It's going to be done. We're getting it done. I want to start seeing results by the end of this week. Yeah.
Okay.
Guys, my email is in the chat room. So.
All right.
There you go.
Okay, great.
Well, I know Lorianne just sent it to me,
for,
and I got it.
And that goes for everybody out there. You know, everybody knows how to contact everybody. No, not one person has to have everybody's email. You know, we all got too many people we know and whatnot, and you know, so everybody just do their part. That's all.
Well, I am keeping a running list. So if you guys send me your emails and stuff, I have a Google Doc spreadsheet that I'm putting,
great.
this information together.
Yeah.
So if you give me your email address, I'm dumping it in there, and that way I can have kind of a running contact list.
That's great. That's good. See, so Lorianne's doing her part, you know, at the working at this. We just got to. Everybody has a part in this. It's just not one. You know, we got. You know, nobody's a chief here. We're all Indians. You know, we all got to do this together. This is a republic. We got to work together. You know, so. And together, if we do this, if we stick together and don't get divided and start going all half-cocked every different which way, then, you know, we can see some results. I'm sure. I'm positive of it.
Yep. Well, I know.
Yeah, and I
know
think right now I have your email. I have Bing Fisher, Robert Garding. I have Mike's now. I need to add Sally's to the list. I do have hers because she emails me, so I need to add Sally's to this.
I wonder why Cave didn't call in
this can be an
tonight.
ever-growing list that, you know, if you want me to do a blast email or something.
Yeah, that's great.
Then
That's great.
I can just quick grab it and dump it and blast it out to everybody so long as I can get this list going, yeah.
Good,
What
good,
about
good.
that list that you've got, Joe? You got a list of 1,000 names or so, subscribers or something that you've had. And what about getting the your past campaign people that worked for you when you were doing the campaign? What about them?
Oh, you mean the voting registration list I had when I phone numbers and
I don't
stuff
know
like
what the list
emails?
was, but it was supposedly thousands of either subscribers.
It was all the registered voters in North Carolina. Yeah.
Okay, so take advantage of whatever people that you have that you think will be cooperative, and use them. And let me see. And if you get, you can blast. If you get your email fiction, you can blast that out too.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I'm going to do my part, yeah. But, you know, it's just that everyone, well, see, we're doing this nationally, and you know, some people, like, for instance, you may know people in your area, or Lorianne knows people in her area better than I do. You know, I'm just saying, a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend, this can spread, you know, and it can grow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because you remember, Joe, the other night we had everybody agreeing, right, on what we really wanted to go after, which was the voter, and it fell apart because we had one liberal in the conversation that didn't want to do it because he wanted to, you know, about voter integrity. He didn't think there was nothing wrong with the voter laws in this country right now. You know, I mean, which I got nothing against the guy, you know, for calling in and you know, expressing his opinion on the podcast. I mean, nothing wrong with that at all. But, you know, the liberals, we can't let them disrupt what we're trying to do, like Warren was trying to do and stuff like that.
Are you talking about
the
show where we were talking about corruption and Shabak just backed down because he was a Democrat or a liberal?
No, that wasn't Shabaka. No, what was this guy's name that was on? Naj, maybe? Was it Naj?
Naj. Yeah. Naj.
Yeah.
Oh, let me see. Oh, yeah, I left that show. Yeah.
Might have been Naj, yeah.
That was my show.
Yeah, no, it was definitely Naj. It was definitely Naj. Definitely Naj.
Oh, I remember. I was pissed off on that show.
That Naj had said that, you know, there's nothing, absolutely nothing to see here. Let's just move on. There's nothing to see.
Yeah.
Well, look, the liberals, you know what, maybe the liberals can get together because, look, a corrupt politician is a corrupt politician. They don't know any more than we do. So maybe if they can get their act together and conservatives and libertarians can get their act together, then maybe we might be able to find some common ground.
Oh, well, I have faith. Look, as long as there's integrity in the election, I'll have faith in the outcome no matter how it comes out.
Exactly.
Like supposed to be rigged from my side or the other side. It's supposed to have integrity. I mean, I'm not expecting a 100% flawless election. That's never going to happen. I'm saying enough integrity so none of the fraud is outcome determinative, and I'll be happy with that.
That's right. Yeah. But with liberals, though, it's like, man, when you saw when Trump won, they were all falling on the ground crying, kicking and screaming like babies, I mean, you can't, they're whacked in the head.
And we didn't do that when he lost. Even as we know, it was done with rife with election fraud. We didn't even behave anywhere near that way.
And then,
what they say about January 6th, and I believe they instigated January 6th. Now I absolutely believe it.
Well, Ray F. still hasn't gotten anything charged against him, so they've gotten away with that.
Well, he's a part of
why
the
would
club,
Donald Trump subvert the very thing that might have enabled him to offer a credible challenge to the electoral count? The fact that riot happened shut down the possibility of mounting a credible challenge to the election officially on the record from the House of Representatives and the Senate. Why would he do that? It would make sense.
Well, he didn't officially, and he also said, publicly, let's protest peacefully and march peacefully to the Capitol. But he's also the same guy that says that the vaccines are beautifully safe.
Yeah, but none of that involves None of that involves tumultuous conduct. We're talking about tumultuous conduct that short-circuited an objection to the electoral count. And Donald Trump would have had the troops there that would have prevented that tumultuous conduct, that prevented his objections to the election being bolstered by that official vote on the floor of the House of Representatives and the Senate. It doesn't make any sense other than to think that they instigated it to do exactly that.
Right.
Well, the New World Order works in mysterious ways.
That's right. Yes, it does.
And that's the thing. I mean, look, we had Trump offered the National Guard, right? And Pelosi said no. Pelosi
Not only
said
her,
no.
Mayor Bowser did too. The mayor of D.C. Both of them said no.
That's right. So if they really want to not have a riot, they should have accepted the offer of the National Guard, and there you go. But no, they wanted what happened to happen, and that cannot be argued.
The Guard.
Pelosi did refuse the National Guard.
That forestalled the vote to object to the electoral count. The Guard would have prevented that from shutting down that vote. When Nancy Pelosi,
you know what? I'm kind of thinking
the House of Representatives under emergency rules.
I'm thinking that even if they put the guardrails all around the city, and if they did accept the National Guard, they would have found some way to let the people in there. Because if you take a look at the videos, it was the Capitol Police that opened up the doors willingly to let the rioters in. Not the people who thought that they were tourists, but the rioters.
No. The problem with what we're talking about here, guys, is, and Gunn will back me up on it, that house is that the Congress. We own the Congress. The people own the Congress. That's our house. We have the right to be in that house.
Well, especially when you're talking about that deal, it's our house. We own it. Did you hear the latest on that idiot that shot Ashley Babbitt? He's getting promoted. He's getting fucking promoted.
Captain now.
Yeah, he's a murderous motherfucking son of a bitch, and he's getting promoted.
He should be in prison.
Shit. Man, when I read
according
that,
to police procedures, he did not. Oh no, that's right. He did do a lot wrong. That's right.
Yeah, he murdered He murdered her in cold blood. And getting
he didn't
promoted.
give her any command to stop. He said in an interview, I saw him say it. He said he couldn't see her hands. So how does she know whether she's presenting a threat or not? What do you think? She had a bomb in her backpack?
Yeah.
Right.
You murder
Right.
people and you get promoted. How sick is that? Pretty goddamn sick.
I saw him say he did not see her presenting a threat with anything in her hands because he couldn't see her hand.
Yep, nothing. Yep.
And look,
Did he say that he heard the glass breaking?
Yeah, he said that too. He said it was the glass break. But I don't know if you can shoot somebody for breaking glass. I never knew that was part of the rules of engagement of the Capitol Police.
Yeah, I didn't think that was either. Jeez.
and those cops and those cops that were guarding the window, that walked away from the window, that allowed Ashley Babbitt to go in through that window.
That
they
is.
should be charged as
They
accessory.
seemed to be just as surprised by the gunshot as anybody else was. They said, "What the hell that gunshot come?" I could see it on their faces. They weren't expecting her to be shot.
Nope.
Man, the whole thing was a farce planned.
I think he
planned
just
in
panicked.
advance in
I
order
think he
to
just
do
panicked.
this.
That's what he panicked. I mean, the guy has a history of foul-ups. I think he wasn't mentally prepared. I think he got spooked. I think he panicked, and that's why he shot that woman. He lost his cool completely.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Yep. I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Trigger happy. We call them trigger happy down here in Texas. Fucking trigger happy.
Man, I don't even think he really intended to, man. He was just scared. Just unsuited for the job. And certainly at that time.
I guarantee you, if one of us, the sheep out here, that legally carries a gun, like most of us do, I know I damn sure do, okay, if we was in that situation and we fired somebody on an innocent person like that, they'd put us under the prison for until hell freezes over. You think we get promoted? You think we get promoted? Shit.
No, he was a hero, remember?
Yeah.
He was one of the heroes that day. He got lauded for it. He saved countless lives. Who was that who said he saved countless lives?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, he's like that guy from Hacksaw Ridge there, right? From Hacksaw Ridge from World War II. He's better than that
Give him the
guy.
Medal of Honor. Hell, I know some people remember the armed forces. But who cares about rules anymore anyway? Give him the Medal of Honor for it.
Yeah, give him the Medal of Honor. Well, why not? Shit. Ay.
Yep. And that's something all the times I had the opportunity to shoot somebody and didn't take it. Guy's got a knife on me in an alley. I'm telling him to drop the knife. He's coming at me. I got to make a decision. Am I going to shoot this guy or not? I elected not to shoot him. I reholstered my gun. I grabbed the mattress that was in the alley, and I rushed him and knocked him down with the mattress. I didn't shoot him. And he had a knife in his hand coming at me.
Why didn't you shoot him?
I can't stand these people. Well, I'm just saying, I mean, just because you're allowed to use deadly force doesn't mean you have to. You weigh all the factors that are involved. I was at that time, especially, I was very confident in my physical abilities, very much. I know I can take this guy. Plus, I got the mattress right here. He ain't getting past his mattress. I'm gonna knock his ass down, and that's exactly what I did. Now, if I wasn't as confident in myself, I probably would have shot him. But I wait for me. And look, at that point, I said, "Look, no sweat. I can take this bastard." But this guy panicked. I could tell. You could hear his voice, the way he acted in the interview. He panicked. I'm telling you right now,
I agree with you,
know
Sarge. I agree with you, Sarge, on that. But it's best to preserve life than take it.
Exactly. I don't have any objection to killing somebody if I have to. I've done it before. But I'm just saying, I'd like to avoid it if I can.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt.
But that guy panicked, man. There was no need for him to shoot that woman. He didn't give her command.
Nope. Insane.
Amen.
Well, like I said, he gets promoted. He gets promoted for killing he gets promoted for murder. That's cold-blooded murder.
That's the nature of this government these days.
Yeah, no shit. Oh, man, crazy. Wow.
So it seems like some solutions or something's being done, and something's rolling forward. Well, like I said numerous times before, I'm busy on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, and I've interrupted my activities in order to come to shows to show some support and some cooperation. But right now, I gotta go. So whoever's going to send me the material, send me the material, and we'll reconvene. So, good night, guys, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Right,
okay, Joe, good
All
hearing
right,
from you.
thanks
You
for
take care.
calling
Have a good
in,
one,
Joe Montana. Have a good
Joe
one.
Joe don't like details. He would not be very good on an operation in the field.
The devil's in the details, right? I was able to do a quick convert of that scan into regular text. But it, of course, I got to do some cleanup because when it doesn't. The formatting kind of mucks things up.
Yeah,
so
I'm going to send you another one here in a minute. I'm adding some stuff from another page that didn't go through. So I'm going to send you another one here in a little bit.
Okay, good. Yeah, because if I can get the text and get it tweaked and stuff like that, then at least we'll have a template to go by that we can send off to the whole freaking world.
It'll be done.
Yeah, Lori, you sent it
you.
to both my emails, and I got them. So
good. Okay.
And I'm making a copy of it right now. So.
And here's the deal
right
with
on.
election.
Yeah, but stay tuned. Like I said, I can try and go in and tweak the text part of it, or if somebody's better at it than I am, then fine. But I can put it into a Word format because most people have, Word or something equivalent. I actually use, it used to be called Open Office, but now it's called LibreOffice. But it'll open and save files in Microsoft Office, equivalency, because the price is free, right? So LibreOffice, LIBRE Office. It's open source. They have programs like Excel, Word, PowerPoint, all that stuff. So they have a whole suite, and it's free, and it works actually pretty well. It's a little bit different than Microsoft, but hey, like I said, the price is right. So that's what I've been using, and I can save everything as a Word doc so that if you do a Microsoft Office, it'll open up just fine. That sort of thing.
And look, on the case of, we're talking about this voter integrity and stuff, and what didn't happen in 2020 is, and Gunn will attest to this, they didn't get their hands slapped. The Democrats and liberals did not get their hands slapped so if you're gonna go off and try and steal something from a store or something, and you get away with it, and you don't get your hands slapped, you're gonna say, okay, I'm gonna do it again. So these people are gonna try and do this thing again, and it's already starting with trying to interfere in the election, 2024 election. It's already been started.
Yep. These people are like rabid animals.
And remember how loudly they were decrying against President Trump for daring to ask just to open an investigation? They impeached him over it. When he had all the probable cause in the world to investigate Joe and Hunter Biden for violation of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, and they impeached him for it.
Yep.
Yes, they did.
That's the criminality that you're up against. Not only is it criminality, but it's fucking evil, demonic, vile. All this stuff rolled into one. And these, wow, we're in for a treat. No doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. Because they're not going to give up for cheating.
I don't think there's enough trees in lampposts in Washington, D.C. to hang all these people up front.
That's true. Yeah, no shit.
Right.
Got it.
Okay.
Worst
And that's the thing is,
cacostocracy I have ever seen governing us. It's a pure cacostocracy. A whole bunch of them.
Well, you know, there's one reason why there's so much rampant corruption, and I didn't know this myself until I looked it up. There's no sheriffs in Washington to save us. There's no sheriffs. Okay, they don't have a sheriff, and the sheriff is the highest fucking law enforcement in the entire country. But Washington D.C. don't have any sheriffs. They don't have a sheriff's department. They have police, yeah. They don't have sheriff. I wonder why. Gee whiz. You think?
Well, they're semi self-governing, and I would imagine that that would have to be an elected official. By the way, a sheriff have to be elected.
Yep.
Well, you know, whatever sheriff they elect would follow the typical voting pattern of a Washington D.C. Democrat. So you got to kind of ask yourself, what are they afraid of?
Yeah, what are they afraid of? You got it.
Right.
It's not like they're not going to elect somebody like Joe Arpaio.
Or Sheriff Richard Mack.
Exactly. No, there's no way. I'm not going to elect anybody like that.
Yeah.
What are they scared of?
That's why.
But what's his name?
Because if they did have a sheriff, the sheriff would go in there and fucking bust him up, just like Trump when he came in there in 2016. It's a new sheriff in town. Ooh, they hated that.
Well, but you do have to remember though that still Washington D.C. is a federal enclave, and any authority he would have would be as a sheriff for the city of Washington D.C.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not like he can go on to a federal enclave and serve warrants or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And after all, what Congress does make the approve, sign off on, and have veto authority over laws that they pass in Washington, D.C. via the Constitution, by the way. The Constitution does give Congress the authority over Washington, D.C.
Oh, yeah.
And they allow them to be self-governing in many things. That's because they simply consented to it, not because they have to. If you read the Constitution, it says what Congress' authority is over the Capitol.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yep. But these people are as corrupt can be. I mean, look, when you have a fucking Hunter Biden laptop that didn't get put out there because it's misinformation, could have swung 20% of the votes away from Biden. And 20% is all you need would have been all you need to, even with the cheating, to not have Biden in the office. So think about it. They're going to do everything they can to keep him, to keep this guy, and they want to talk about collusion charge. They want to talk about Trump and collusion with Russia and all that shit. Who's colluding now? You got Fani Willis, you got Jack Smith, you got all these other places. Probably Michigan's going to have something against Trump, and probably Arizona and all these other places. And stuff like that. They're all going to come up with this lawfare crap against Trump, and it's all collusion. They're colluding with each other.
Of course they are.
Well, I'm hoping that Jim Jordan will get to the bottom of it. I got my fingers crossed, I know. But he has announced he's going to conduct investigation for purposes of legislative authority into the federal funds that are going to Fulton County for the prosecution of Donald Trump, which, of course, Congress has the authority to oversee. Now, let's see what comes of that. They're spending millions of dollars on this prosecution. Much of it is federal money.
Cash files. Problem occurred.
Right.
Large.
If they can get both ends to take away the money, then this case probably goes away. If the guy that state senator that wants to take away the state money from Fannie Willis, and shut her down that way, and then if Jim Jordan does it from the federal side, you might very well. I mean, they want Trump gone, and I've said it before about that whole situation. They're gonna make sure she has the funding. We can get all these people to take away the funding from her, but she's tied, she's connected, and she can get any funding she wants from probably people like George Soros and people like that.
They'll fund the prosecution. But at least we won't be paying to have our president persecuted by this crazy woman. At least we won't be paying tax money for it, and it'll be a public rebuke to her and what she's doing, and it'd be worth it.
Yep.
So, but again, we have to see what would develop out of it. But look, did you realize that Fulton County has had a 60% increase in violent crime since that woman took over the DA's office there? 60%. And all the violent crime metrics, and by violent crime I mean murder, armed robbery, rape, carjacking, and burglary. 60% overall.
Anytime when you
spend millions of dollars to prosecute Donald Trump for exercising his authority as the chief executive of the United States to ensure that the laws be faithfully executed, and for exercising his First Amendment speech in the petition of government for redress of grievances as a citizen, and finally to rely on the advice of counsel with regard to legal matters. And this woman is prosecuting him for it.
Yep. What do you expect? What do you expect from a demo rat fucking run city? This is
nothing
what
less.
You get. Nothing less. This
nothing
is what
less.
you get. This is what you get. Any of these cities that have these Democratic fucked up in the head mayors and councils and all this stuff. Look at the crime rate. Look at the crime rate. Did you see that latest clip that happened in Dallas up there at the apartment complex? The guy tried to rob him at his apartment. He fucking opened up right through the damn door.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see that?
I saw that. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I love it. I don't live in Dallas. I'm 22 miles south of Dallas, but I know the street. I know exactly where it is. Okay, so boy, that's wow. You can see the bullets just going through the other wall coming out the door. That was great.
Sure could.
Well,
great. They took off.
They took off.
But look, if you look at Fannie Willis's social media account, you'll see she's a hard and radical activist. She's not an unbiased public attorney. I mean, she openly worships Biden and Kamala Harris. Her Facebook pages are littered with BLM propaganda and left-wing ideology allegiances. I mean, she's got in her public office, she's got a mug with a proud Democrat mug right there in the public office, and it gets worse. I mean, after the 2018 midterms, this is what she said about the election. She said, y'all better start paying attention to what is really going on. And then she said, after the 2018 votes were cast, she boasted about the power Georgia Secretary of State has to control elections. Secretary of State will definitely be on the ballot. That person controls elections. I wonder if we yet realize this is an important role, shaking my damn head. And then after the 2020 election, and she's now criminally indicting Trump for questioning, she called the election of 2020, quote, a mess, unquote. And she said that it was only white folk voting in the election, and she expressed skepticism about the voting data by replying, "They're, meaning white people, are voting at 116%. They're at like 116%. I am so annoyed. Where are we? We, I guess, is black people. This is a public official." And then she goes on to say bragging about her ability to install an administration that more closely mirrors our values. And then she said that Fulton County officials were throwing out ballots following mysterious water leaks, and she directly called on third parties to intervene in the ballot counting process to the entire state of Georgia. This is what she said. Quote, "Georgia could determine who is our next president. A team of lawyers needs to watch them count every single vote. What ballots are they throwing out?" Man, this woman is doing the same thing Trump did.
All right.
Only with a racial twist. Only with a racial twist.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to email it to you. It says the file is too large. So what do I do? I finally got it to where I got it put in my documents on my computer, but now I'm trying to, I attached the file, but when I want to attach it and send it to you, it says the file is too large. So what should I do?
What kind of file is it? If it's an image file and it's a PNG, you might be able to convert it to a JPEG.
It just says
and
Word. It's a document. It's in, it's in my
document.
documents file. It says document. Yeah, Word document.
Let's see. So you're probably maxing out what your email server, different email providers have different file size limits on attachments.
Right.
Let me see if I can. I'm going to go in. Let me hit you up on a side note, because what I could probably do is have you upload it to my Google Docs. I can create like a shared folder so that you could just upload it.
Well, I can convert. I
me.
can send this to some point. I mean, if I open up my thing, I can send it. I mean, should I open it up in WinZip? Should I convert it to WinZip PDF Express or Zip and Share WinExpress? I mean, I got a bunch of options here I can do. I just don't know what to do.
Yeah, you can try it. Yeah, take the Word document and see if you can put it in a .zip file. That should compress it, and then hopefully that'll shrink the file size up, and then I can extract it and open it up.
Okay.
You can do it as a .zip.
All right, so I got my open up right now. It says open documents in WinZip, or what do I want to do? WinZip PDF Express scan. Well, I tried scanning it to PDF. It wouldn't let me do that. So then how about Zip and Share WinZip Express or WinZip? Now, when I go to WinZip, hang on. When I go to WinZip, it says add, move to zip file, add to document for campaign integrity zip, create a split zip file, create a WinZip job, replace files with WinZip files, schedule for deletion, zip an email document for campaign integrity, zip an email plus, or configure. What do I do? See, I don't know what to do.
What were the options again?
Oh, God. All right. Let's see.
You want to just send it to a zip file. The easiest one. And that
yeah,
way
I know, but I
can
got 9 different options here to do that. Yeah, I know, but I got 9 different options to do that, so I don't want to click on the wrong thing and delete the darn thing, So I got add, move to zip. Hang on. I got add, move to zip file. Is that what I want to do?
Yeah, add it to a zip file. Yeah.
Or do I add to document for campaign integrity zip, or create a zip file, or create a WinZip job, or replace files with zip files, or schedule for deletion, or zip an email document for campaign integrity, or zip an email plus, or configure? Those are my options.
I would say try the first one or the second option. The second option sounds like it wants to. The second option sounds like it might be the right one because it sounds like it wants to put that file into a zip file of the same name.
Yeah.
So I think you can try that second option.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna try that. Let me try that. See what happens. Boom. I click on that. Now it opens up a box. WinZip 26.0. Your WinZip trial is expired. Activate now. Bye. No. They want me to buy something.
Yeah. So you went through your free trial.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Windows usually has a built-in one, but you don't have to use a third party. But so it sounds like maybe you have to uninstall some of that software, that zip software.
Oh God.
That's trying to take control.
You don't understand.
Over
I've
your
got
zip
so much
files.
stuff on this computer. Yeah, you don't understand. I've got things on this computer that blow your mind. So I mean, if there's a, there's a desktop, like I said. So I don't want to really mess with too much crap on here. All right, but I got other options here. So we can. I mean, the WinZip isn't the only option here. I can send it to Blue. Let's see. I can send it to. Let's see here. Well, that ain't gonna work.
So when you are looking at that file, I'm assuming that you're looking at it via your Windows Explorer or your File Explorer, right?
There's a little box here. I got a little box.
A little box.
It's a little box where it opens up, where it's got all my files, 3D object, desktop documents, downloads, music, pictures, videos, blah blah blah, and then it's got all the file names on the right, in the mid center right there. So I got 104 items in this box right here.
So if you right-click on the file, right-click on the file that you want to compress.
I've done that.
Then go down to your menu option, Send To.
Send to, okay. All right, go down to Send to, okay.
And then do you see the option for compressed zipped folder?
Yes, I do.
Okay, select that.
Okay. All right, there it goes. Group just did it. The green thing went across and it did it. It says extract. Okay, now I got it. Now it's highlighted right now. What do I do?
Perfect. Okay, so now that it's zipped, now you can attach that to an email instead. So instead of choosing the regular file, choose the .zip version of the file.
All right, I have you open on the email right now, so let's attach it. See if I can attach it here. All right, let's see here. Boom. Let's see if I can find you. All right, let's see. Where are you here? Man, where the hell is it? Oh, God. Oh, here it is. Okay, good. All right, let me try to open that, and boom. Hopefully it'll do it. Let's see, attach files. Attaching. All right. We should be able to do this here. Let's see if it attaches.
Bada bing, bada
it's attaching. It's taking a long time. Oh, it attached. All right. Let's see. All right, here we go. Let's see. Let's see. I'm going to send it to you right now. All right, here we go.
Hopefully it's trumped enough.
Send. There we go.
Small enough to email.
I sent it to you. Bam. It's sent.
Awesome. Yeah, and I do suggest that, if you have third-party software that, does .zip or whatever, especially if you, outrun the trial, then just go ahead and remove the program. Because there's no sense in having it, because it'll try to control your .zip files when really, for the most part, you really don't need it, since Windows already has it built in,
Yeah, I know. Windows, Good old Windows. Designed to screw up.
Yeah. Well, Windows is built in, so it's when if you have to, sometimes I've used used other software to compress files in other formats besides .zip, then it makes sense. But if you're just trying to use .zip, then it's already built in.
How'd that come out for you?
Looks like I got it. And I got it via email, and let me save it and see if I can extract it and open it up.
I want people to be able to amend it too if they want, because they might be able to want to add something or take something out,
I'm redoing the whole thing.
If they can, if they can't, then we won't mess with it. But
download.
What happened? It didn't work?
Okay. No, I'm downloading it now. Now I just got to find it. Okay, it's .zip, and I'm extracting it.
I added some stuff to it. I added a couple paragraphs that were missing from your page that I sent you. These computers, man. Let me tell you. You think it makes life so much easier, but it doesn't.
No, it don't.
And now computers make life easier. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, no.
I joke about that all the time. I've said that when I'm, working support. And people are so frustrated, and I'm like, but, when they're bitching about their computer, and I'm like, but computers make life easier. They're like laughing.
Yeah, okay. I missed it like the phone.
Lorianne opens up the file, and it's how to make Belgian waffles.
Let's see.
I missed you know what? I missed payphones. I missed the day of the payphones. I'd rather use a payphone than use a cell phone.
Now if they are around, they're like a historical monument.
Oh,
all right,
God.
so I did open it up. So it is. Let's see. Okay. All right. So it looks like it's the image, the original image, and then you added a paragraph underneath that.
Yes, I did.
So
yes.
it's still the image file. Yeah, I can work with this.
Okay, all right. That's the best I can do.
To text.
All right.
So yeah, I can go in and then I can add.
Unless I rewrite the whole
stuff.
thing and send it to you. Yeah, unless I rewrote the whole thing and send it to you. That's the only way I could do it.
No, you don't have to do that. I already converted it to text. It's just plain text,
okay.
So it loses its formatting. So I just gotta go in and tweak it, and it's not a big deal.
Good.
And the wild part is,
and if it does need to be retyped, I type about 70-75 words per minute, so it wouldn't take me too long to do it anyway.
All right, who's got the TV playing?
Okay.
Hey, Sarge, last night you fell asleep, Sarge. Sarge, you fell asleep last night,
Wait, you never said nothing about this.
Did he do it again?
He only got caught for one.
Did he do it again? He did it again.
All right. I muted him.
What is this guy? What's he doing? Popping a nut pill and going just zonking out on us?
I know he did that last night. Like all of a sudden, a video is playing.
Yeah.
Sarge, if you are listening, go into the chat room. Let me know when you're done watching your video, and I can bring you back on.
Yeah.
But
Tell him what he did last night.
Last night too.
Yeah.
Like, guess he got bored with us talking, techie and converting that file over, and decided to watch a video.
Yeah, because I'm wondering. I'm thinking maybe he pops his medication, or something, and then boop, he's out, Or they give him a shot or whatever, an injection.
Yeah, I got the email, Lori.
Good. Yeah.
Sarge, he's got a private
with the image.
Yeah.
Sarge has got a private nurse there that just comes in.
Once I tweak it, I'm going to put it into a text and then I'll email everybody the word or text version of it. So that way it'll make it easier to copy and paste and dump into emails into your.
Yeah, we want to make it easy for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, because if we try to send it, because if you imagine on the receiving end, you're mailing it to, some election official, they're not going to open up the attachment.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, exactly.
You're going to be like, what's this guy want,
Words. Yeah, why are you sending me as an attachment instead of, saying what you got to say kind of thing. So I get it. Yeah, and that's something I could totally do. It won't take me too long to do it. Of course, I'm not going to, do it right now.
No. Of course. This is tomorrow's journey, and then hopefully by Wednesday or Tuesday we'll be able to start attacking the legislators by sending it out,
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially, hopefully by Tuesday, so that because I have a feeling on your show on Tuesday.
What I want to do? Call them.
Get back together again.
Yeah. Call them.
Or
I like calling them live.
Go, hey, how's this look? Let's, kind of part 2 of the action plan. And then, call them on your show and be like, hey, this is what we want, blah, blah, blah.
Yes. That's what I plan on doing. I want to call these people live on my podcast show. And look, you guys can do it too if you want, but I'm calling these politicians live and put them on the spot,
Yep.
Yeah, for me, I would have to do a show that's during, the daytime. Sundays. Nobody's going to be around on Sundays, So, I'd have to do a separate special show to do that.
You have to put these people on the spot. He's right. You have to put these people, and you got to hold their hands to the fire. Because if you don't, they're not going to do anything. Because once they once they spill all these great and wonderful promises and all this bullshit, they get in there and they just laugh at you. Boy, you fell for that one, didn't you, fool?
Yep.
And they just do what they want until you grab their head. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's grab their head and stick it to the grinder. You're going to do this or else. Simple.
Gun. Tell them that story. I don't think they've heard the story about what you did to that mayor in the little town that you're next to.
Oh yeah. This is funny, and this actually happened. In fact, I'll even send you a photograph of the thing that I made front page newspaper in my local newspaper. In fact, it's in DeSoto, Texas. Okay. We've been in battle with them motherfuckers for years. City of DeSoto. Okay. We went round and around and around. My dad went round and around and around with them. Well, I mean, they one corrupt little bastard, let me tell you. Okay. So it was 97. I got sick and tired of them. So I went out there and I built me a person out of a pair of pants and a shirt, and I stuffed it full of beer cans. Okay? So I get on my tractor and my little trailer with all my tools on it, and I go up to the road. There's two big old telephone poles up there where the power came down on the property, and I built me a hangman's noose. Okay? Actually, built me a hangman's noose.
I think I heard about that.
That was me, okay? And all I put on there was mayor. That's it. I didn't say name. I didn't say. It could have been the mayor of bumfuck Egypt. That mayor that year lost the election. I had the police down there. That's just free speech. We can't do nothing about it, sir. Sorry. I had people.
Yeah, you're making it out to be racial.
Yeah, I mean it was. Yeah, I mean it was made the front page of the newspaper. I hung the mayor in effigy, and they still talking about that son of a bitch today. Me, I'm the one that done it. So yeah, Lori, I'll send you a picture of it. I think I got it on my computer here. It's hilarious. They're still talking about that even today. Ooh, they hate my guts. I hate them just as worse.
Oh, I can imagine. I can definitely imagine that they do.
Yep.
I mean, remember the freak out of that guy that had a rope on his garage door?
Yeah.
That looked like a noose, and like everybody fucking freaked out about that.
Yeah, it was a shop. It was a automotive shop, I think it was, and it was just a rope to pull the garage door or the door down. Happened to be just round up in a noose or something, or a loop or something, and oh my God, they freaked out about that shit. Oh shit! Wow.
Yeah.
Racist! A rope to pull down. Oh my God, with the loop at the end. Oh my God.
So that word means nothing now. It means nothing because they've used it so much. It's like remember the old story about the boy who cried wolf?
Oh yeah.
And he cried wolf so often that when the wolf actually did show up and he said wolf, nobody listened to him.
Nobody listened.
So nobody listened. They've done cried
That
racism
and the
for
Chicken
so
Little
many
story.
things. They done cried racism for so many things, and when they say it, it doesn't mean anything. You know, it's racist. This is racist. That is racist.
That's racist. That's
You know,
racist.
Trump's racist. Trump's father's racist, and you know, and all that shit. And it's like it doesn't mean anything. You know.
I'm going to see if we can bring Sarge back in, see if he's done watching his video or not.
Sarge.
Hey, Sarge, are you there?
Yes, I am here and listening avidly.
You know what you did last night? You know what happened to you last night?
I lost touch.
Yeah, you went to La La Land.
Playing
I
a
might have
video.
blacked
Yeah,
out
you're
there.
you're listening to like Fox News or Jesse Waters or some video or something when we're like, who is that? Who is that? And so I randomly started muting everybody, and it was you.
It might have been. That's kind of unusual.
No, it was.
But yeah, it might have been.
It was you, yeah. And then it happened again tonight. Like some video was playing, and we're like, Sarge, are you playing a video? Who's doing that? And then I muted you, and yep.
Look, I'm trying to get this video, though. I want you to hear this rap song that was done with Donald Trump. It's somebody impersonating Donald Trump, and he's doing a rap about Fonnie Willis. I'll try to get it so I can play it for you. You got to hear it. It is hilarious. It is absolutely genius. I want to play it for you and let you hear it tonight. That's what I was trying to find it.
Is it on YouTube? If it's on YouTube, send me the YouTube link and I'll
It was on
upload it
X.
as a clip.
It was on X. It was on X.
Oh.
And
Okay.
it is hilarious. It is. I don't even like rap, but I got to admit, this was brilliant.
I'm sure that whoever posted it on X or Twitter, I could probably still find it on YouTube because that's probably where they got it from to begin with.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it so I can give you the link to it, and you can. But you really got to see the it's a rap video. You got to see the rap video. They got a little animation of Donald Trump with his actual head and an animated figure swaying in rap style. It's just too delicious. It's too delicious for words.
Yeah, they come out with
funny.
Remember Reagan? How about the funny ones they come out with Reagan? Remember Genesis? They came out with the Ronald Reagan video, with him and Nancy laying in bed pushing the nuclear war button.
Yeah, Land of Confusion. Yeah, I have that song on my list. Yeah.
Lori, if you check your mail real fast, there's the picture of the mayor hanging in effigy. I just sent it to you. Check your mail.
Well, while I'm trying to find this rap video I was telling you about, I want you to listen to Trump talking about his beautiful mugshot. This is over the top. Check this one out.
Where is it?
I don't know.
Don't hear it.
Nothing, Sarge. Nothing.
I'm not hearing it.
Come on, Sarge. Can't hear it.
Yeah, it's too far away.
Can't hear it, Sarge.
You can send me the link. There is 25 minutes left of the live broadcast.
Yeah, I'll get you a link to it because it's
yeah.
Yeah, it is too much to. I mean, this guy does a perfect impersonation of Donald Trump's voice, and he's doing what Donald Trump would sound like if he was to give a commentary on his mugshot. It's hilarious.
Donald Trump. Who would have thought Trump from the 80s, man, would be in this much news, man? Who would have thought that?
I told you, I thought he was a charlatan and a carny barker. I never would have thought I think he's one of the greatest presidents this country had in the 20th or 21st century.
Yep.
I never would have thought I'd ever be saying that about Donald Trump, ever.
I seen him at the casinos in Atlantic City, man, back in 1989 or 90, I think it was. And oh my Lord, who would have thought that? Who would have thought that this guy, you know?
Hey, if you want to see the mayor hanging, I put the link in the chat room. Okay, just click on that.
I was just a kid. I was 16 years old at that time, you know?
Take a look at it. That's funny. That's me. I did it. I take all the credit for it. Every freaking bit of it. Yep, there it is right there.
I have a funny song that I'll play here real quick. Well, I still can. This is a Babylon B tune that I've had in my arsenal for quite a while. Here we go.
Amy Allen again. It's Ron Paul.
All the streets are brown, and the teacher's gay. I went for a walk, got mugged along the way, yeah. I'd be safe from harm if I moved from LA. California fleeing, I gotta get away. Stopped into a woke church with rainbow flags displayed. When I pulled out my KJV, Hebrew and Greek, the pastor burst into flames. I know my dinner can be cold, it can be cold, and thrown us out of the way. But still in California, fleeing, just gotta get away. Traffic's a pain. I've been on the 405 for half of the day. California, free, yeah. I'm free, yeah. I said I gotta get away. I gotta get away. I gotta get away. I gotta California, I gotta get away.
Oh God, my head.
Okay, I thought it was fun, but it wasn't. I love it. It's just so funny, like the lyrics, you know, California leaving on such a sweltering day, stopped from doing church by a cop in L.A. Well, I got down on my knees, asked him, pretty please, not allowed to pray. Won't you let me pray? He said the kneelers were all full. Preacher was a tool, almost 20 today, so was turned away. California leaving.
Hey, Sarge. Hey, Sarge, I got a question for you. Are you there? I guess he's not there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had myself on mute. Go ahead. What was that?
Oh no, I was just saying. When you were in Chicago during the 80s, correct, and late 70s, right?
Yes.
Okay, so who was when you Were you working any narcotics or, at that time? Who was the were you involved at all in oversight of that or come in contact with it?
I was assigned to narcotics investigations and assigned to a narcotics task force.
All right. So who was the top heads there? Who was bringing top players? Was it the Pablo Escobar or the Cali cartel? I mean, who was the top one?
You mean a supplier for the Midwest region of the United States?
Yeah.
It was mainly. It wasn't necessarily Pablo Escobar. I think most of it was coming through the Colombia cartel.
Well, that was Pablo Escobar.
The Cali. The Cali.
Oh, Cali. Okay, Cali. Yeah. Okay. All right, that's what I thought. Okay, all right.
I mean, they were identified as the biggest single supplier, but they weren't the only one, and that was part of the reason for the drug wars that was going on.
Yes. Yeah. Because they moved in. Okay. All right. That coincides. Yeah, I was just wondering because I always wondered about the Chicago area. Where they picked up the pieces or where they were what they had their hands in at that time. Because I remember Florida, LAX, that was all Pablo. I remember. And then New York was mixed, kind of mixed. And then they had the heroin trade coming in with Frank Lucas from down here in the South. Remember Frank Lucas? Did you ever hear him?
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. I was just remembering that because those are big names, man, that were going around. Even after he was dead, in the late 90s, they were still talking about him. It was weird. It was very strange.
Yeah, well, the drug trade has undergone a lot of permutation since those days. Let's face it. Now it's the Mexican cartel. The Mexican cartels are dominating, and the Ecuadorian or is it the Salvadorian cartel, the MS-13 guys, and all those others.
Yeah. Ruthless.
Yeah. Absolutely. They're really set. You thought the Colombia cartels, they were relatively civilized and businesslike compared to these damn MS-13 Salvadorian dudes.
Yeah.
These dudes are savages.
And that's another thing that they got on Trump for when he goes off and he says he calls the MS-13 gang members animals.
Animals, yep.
Which they're animals.
They are animals. Yep.
Yeah.
He got excoriated for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
And these people should be treated like animals. They should be treated like cockroaches. What do you do with a cockroach? You squash them.
Exterminate.
Problem solved.
Yep. You know what? Here's the thing, though. I mean, look at what Democrats are doing to blue cities. Look at what they're doing. Nobody's above the law. They're a bunch of goddamn liars. They got whole classes of people that are above the law in these damn things. They don't arrest them. They don't prosecute them. On the very few occasions when they do arrest them, they're out on jail immediately with no bail.
Yep.
What are you talking about nobody's above the law? Every Democrat blue city, they got a whole class of people that are above the law.
Yep.
Yeah.
I read an article yesterday that it was out there in California, where they don't prosecute shoplifters unless it's $970-something, right? Well, this shop owner raised everything in his store to $978, even a piece of gum. But they have coupons at the checkout, which reduces the back down to normal price. Now they have to prosecute.
I know, I love it.
I love that. That was ingenious. Absolutely ingenious.
There's always somebody that'll come up with a good workaround, right?
That's very true. Very true. That was great. That was epic. Let me tell you.
Yeah, the one thing these government bureaucrats and politicians consistently underestimate is the ability of the United States citizen, typical U.S. citizen, to become creative in getting around the tyrannical edicts. They just completely underestimate us all the time.
All the time.
Right. I mean,
they just love lording it over us.
Right. These are the same people that call us smelly Walmart shoppers and the bitter clingers.
Contemptible. Contemptible, deplorable.
That's right.
They're so arrogant. Their arrogance is unbounded.
Yeah.
Oh, they disdain us. I mean, they just look down and say, we're just so unwashed. We're bitterly clinging to our guns and our religion. Oh, these people are insufferable. God, they're just so full of themselves. Oh, they're so full of themselves. Oh, they just are better in every respect.
Yeah. These Bible thumpers.
Yeah. And Barack Obama's bitter clingers. They're bitter clingers. They don't want to be invaded by millions of illegal aliens. How unsophisticated can you be?
Yeah. Exactly.
You didn't build that.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't build that. They didn't. Man, idiots. Full-blown idiots.
No, they're not idiots. They're tyrants.
These are the same people.
They're tyrants. Tyrants all have a common mode of behavior, and they exhibit it every day.
Tyrants, idiots.
Look, these are the same people, guys, that Dan Bongino talks about the stupid smart people, right?
Stupid people.
There's three different types of people. There are the smart people, the stupid smart people, and the stupid people. Stupid people and the smart people, they know their limitations and they stay in their lane. It's these stupid smart people that are dangerous, that they think they know everything about everything and they don't know nothing about nothing.
Yep.
Right? They are the Sergeant Scope of the world. I know nothing. That's who they are. These people, they think they're the smartest person in the room at any given time on any given issue, and they're not.
Well, like I said, these are the type of people, and it goes both ways. Okay, when you had Trump in there in the office for 4 years, look how everything was better. I love that $1.21 a gallon for gas. I love the shit out of it.
Don't we ever?
Okay, and all the supply chains were great. I mean, he was building the wall. He was keeping these dumb fucks out of this country. He was throwing them out. Yay. I would have loved to seen him build a gigantic catapult down there at the Texas border and throw them some bitches across that Rio Grande in a catapult. That's what I was wanting to see. Okay.
And don't forget about how he was redressing the trade imbalance with China.
Yeah, everything.
Don't forget about the fact that they was making NATO pay their fair share of the expenses.
Yeah. And he was in good standings with Putin, and he was in good standings with the Rocket Boy over there. You know, they respected him. Everybody in the world respected Trump. And that's what you need if you have a great leader of a country. A great leader has to be respected. Okay? You can't have a pussy like you got in there right now going around kissing everybody's ass. They just laughing at him. You know Putin is laughing at him. Okay? So is Rocket Boy. They didn't do that to Trump, did they?
No.
Right,
the most single warlike thing Donald Trump did in his administration was to kill just under 300 Wagner mercenaries in Syria. And once they got the message they was willing to do that, we did not get involved in one single new war for the entirety of his administration, and Putin wasn't even thinking about invading Ukraine.
Nope. If Trump was still in there, Putin would not have invaded Ukraine.
He would have negotiated. He would have brokered a deal between Ukraine and Russia.
That's right. He would have broken a deal. Yep, you got it right there. You said it. You said it, Toyota.
Get
I mean,
that right.
look at what he did. Look
The
at
good
what he
old
did.
days.
Look at what Trump did with the Abraham Accord.
Back when men
Right?
were men.
That's exactly what he did.
Yep.
No other
Feel like
president
Archie
since
Bunker
Jimmy
song
Carter has been able to
Mhm.
get any Middle East country to negotiate a treaty with the state of Israel, and Donald Trump got 5 of them to negotiate a treaty with Israel.
Yep.
Feel like the Archie Bunker song there, All in the Family. Those were the days.
You got to look at the man there. He's not doing this for money. Hell, he's a billionaire. Why would he need to do it for money?
He's lost money since he's been in the
He's
presidency.
lost. Yeah, he's lost probably $1 billion or $2 billion by doing all this stuff. He could have said, "Fuck you. I'm going back to my luxury lifestyle. To hell with this country." Did he? No.
No.
He's taking the bullets. Boy, you talking about a man that's taking some bullets, some rounds. Woo. Donald J.
This
Trump.
is why I know he ain't corrupt. Every other one of these people got richer while they were in, and particularly after they left office. All of them.
That's a good point,
except for
Sarge.
Trump.
That's a good point. That's a
If
good
this
point.
doesn't prove he's probably as least corrupt as any president we've had in living memory, I don't know what else will.
I don't know what else will.
That's a good point. That's a very good point that can't be disputed. Yep.
That's right. I can't. You can't dispute it. Proof is proof. The truth is a truth, and the truth hurts. It's life.
And look,
deal with it.
Deal with it. One of the bigger things they said about him, well, he had to pay people when he was building buildings in New York and stuff like that. He had to pay people off. Well, that's New York City.
That's New York.
That's
right.
You're talking about the '80s. You're talking about Bugattis and the crime family.
Everybody paid the mafia. Everybody paid.
Oh yeah, that's
right.
Look, Trump. He's a businessman. He's a multi-zillion-dollar businessman. They take advantage of the tax codes. They take advantage of this. They take advantage of that. If I was in his position, I would have too. They made the law. Take advantage of it. Why not?
You got gas in New York. You got gas over there. You were paying the mafia. You're paying them their gas tax. They were stealing the gas tax.
Absolutely. I mean, damn, the world is crooked. This country's crooked, and you got to run this country like a business. You don't like it, you're fucking fired. Plain and simple. We can
clean it up. We can clean it up just straight. We got to fix our money. Our money is corrupted by the Federal Reserve.
It's got to be fixed. There's no doubt about that. Okay. But
Right. Oh yeah, now we got. You guys heard that that 5 new countries entered the BRICS nations, right? Like Saudi Arabia, and I don't have it in front of me right now. But did you guys see that? So there's a growing number of countries that are wanting to get away from the U.S. dollar and trade in
economic
different currency.
Economic collapse.
Yep.
Look, there's going to be 2 things that's going to happen in 2024. Either you're going to have an economic collapse, okay, or you're going to have a civil war, or both. Just wait and see.
Well, I read you the announcement earlier.
An economic collapse will absolutely trigger a civil war.
War.
If we have a collapse like that,
yeah.
I mean, that the one goes with the other. If it gets that bad and a total collapse and the dollar isn't worth anything and everybody's starving, I mean, we're going to have pandemonium in the streets. It's going to be, it won't be pretty. I mean, you see what happens when people are desperate.
Yep.
It's
you better stock up a few extra boxes of ammo because you may need it. I hate to say it, you may need it.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say that, but you may need it.
Brazil,
yeah, get together with your neighbors. If you don't know your neighbors, excuse me, I was talking. If you don't know your neighbors, and you need to go and meet your neighbors and find out who's armed and go, hey, shit hits the fan. We need to have an alliance here and protect each other's shit. It's going to be more than just me protecting my own house. It's going to be me and my neighbors that I know are also armed getting together and going, we're going to protect our whole fucking neighborhood. We're not going to let anybody down this street that doesn't belong here, you know, and we're going to watch each other's backs, and we're going to fucking, you know, pay attention to each other's cameras and stuff and what's going on. We're going to have each other's phone numbers, or, you know, so that we can let somebody know, hey, you know, there's some shit happening. We need to get together. So it's like we got to come up. It's like a whole new, like, neighborhood watch 3.0, you know, that level kind of stuff that we got to start doing. Okay, go ahead, Gunslinger.
Even if you have to stock up on 22s, okay, 22 ammo. 22s can kill you. They can kill just like my 357 can. If you can't afford, you know, anything else, it's better than nothing. Something is better than nothing.
And you can hunt small game with.
Yeah. And 22s they're coming down in prices. I was shocked.
And it's light. It's very light ammo. You carry a lot of it.
Yeah, I carry a lot of it. I bought 100 2 weeks ago for $12.95.
Oh yeah, I got lots of 22 long rifles.
So yeah, so they're coming down.
I kind of like Aguila. I like Aguila. I like the Remington Standard, and I like the CCI Mini Mag. They're all great.
Yeah, I like the 50 caliber.
Well, look, man, you want to get a common caliber that most people have that you can barter stuff for, and that would be 9 millimeter, 5.56 by 45, 7.62 by 39, maybe 45 ACP, and some 6.2 308, 22 caliber long rifle with 12 gauge shotgun. With that, you can barter for just about anything you need to have. Forget. Everybody uses it, and everybody's got something that shoots them.
I want one of those guns that are on the USS New Jersey. Them 16 millimeters.
You want a 16-inch gun, eh?
Yeah. I want one of them son of bitches.
How many people you gonna have in your crew to load the damn thing?
No. Yeah, no kidding.
No doubt.
You ever seen a crew it takes to load the powder bags into that damn thing?
Yep.
To say nothing to Shell.
Yep.
Shell weighs 1,800 pounds.
Yep. I was reading an article a couple days ago that they was going to turn that forward current on that ship to offload some of these shells to display or something or whatever, and it takes 1,600 amps of power just to turn this thing on a 300 horsepower electric motor. Man,
there's only a couple minutes left of the live show, so anybody that's out there listening, call in now within the next 2 minutes before we go into overtime. So if you're just listening or if you're just in the chat room, it'll cut off here in a couple minutes. So go ahead and call in now if you can. And then also, let's plug our shows real quick, too. Of course, we got Robert. Are you still on the line? Plug your show. I want Gibson to plug his show. Let's plug each other's show. I'll plug Donnie C's show Saturday nights Beyond the Mainstream, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Make sure to pay attention to that. Robert, go ahead.
Okay.
If you're there and want to plug yours.
Sure. My show's on at 7 p.m. Mountain, 6 p.m. Pacific, and 9 p.m. Eastern time on Friday nights. And we will go for as long as we can. I know I can go for 3 hours. The third hour is not live, but if you're on the phone, it's there.
Beautiful. Gibson, you're up next.
All right, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 657-383-0616, Restoring Our Republic, Real Solutions and Applying Those Solutions, Understanding the Times in Which We Live Today, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Awesome.
Beautiful. And then, of course, stay tuned next week for Lucid Libertarian, same time as now. Of course, I will be here we'll see what we can talk about. Of course, we're getting close to 9/11, so we'll probably be having some conversations about that. But for sure on September 10th, because September 10th is my show, so I'm definitely going to be devoting
really?
my show on September 10th to a lot of 9/11 discussion, 9/11 truth discussion. And then also next week will be my 2-year anniversary doing my show. I started it September 5th, 2 years ago. So next week will be my 2-year anniversary show where that'll celebrate. And so the next couple of shows should be pretty good for everybody to tune into.
All right. Yeah, and the 11th of September comes on a Tuesday.
Oh, I thought it was Monday. Never mind. Yeah, so September 11th.
No, it might be.
I thought it was on Monday.
September 10th is on a Monday, I believe.
Yes, it's on a Monday. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And that's because my show is on a Tuesday, September 11th. I get to have mine on the 11th. Yeah, 9/11 was an inside job.
Okay, yeah. So then mine on 9/9 will be 9/11 truth, inside job. Talk about the towers. Talk about the Pentagon. Talk about information that's come out.
Was there?
So it all.
I was there.
I wasn't in
Shut
New York,
everything
but
down.
I was watching on TV. I was watching on
Yep.
TV. Yep. Well, that's stories of where we were and what we were doing and what we first thought when it was happening and all that kind of good stuff.
Oh no, we went right under the tunnels, man. We were right there.
No, man. I
It
was
was a
on the
mess.
job that day, and they were locking down the state of Illinois Center. We had to evacuate the state of Illinois Center and search every square inch of it.
Really, Sarge, they did, because they really didn't lock. You know what? With everything that was going on, we were still coming in and out of the city without any problem.
I know, but I'm saying that the state building, everywhere with a state building, they have us, or same thing with federal buildings and the city hall, all throughout Chicago. The searching every building. They were evacuating all of the personnel out of the building and searching every nook, cranny, and square inch they could find.
Nobody's credit card would work. I know that.
Yeah, everybody was expecting something to go off in every state building in the country, every government building. I remember that distinctly.
Yeah, I remember our credit cards wouldn't work. I know that. Anywhere up there in the Northeast, it would not work. They were shut down for about 6-7 hours.
Yeah, it was a big deal, man. The world changed on that day, in case we
Yes,
have forgotten.
it did.
Just like in a few days, there'll be another anniversary come up. The formal surrender of the Japanese on the battleship Missouri, formally ending the hostilities of World War II, December 3rd.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
Now, not VJ Day, because VJ Day came a little bit earlier on the 14th when the Japanese announced the surrender after they dropped the bomb on Nagasaki. That was VJ Day, but the formal surrender ceremonies were on the battleship Missouri on the 3rd of September.
And so many of those men are gone now. There's not many left. I mean, it's so sad.
Not many left at all.
I mean, just think, how we took them for granted. All these years, we take them for granted,
But just think of that. Just think of the event they saw when they watched the Japanese delegation come on board the Missouri and surrender, and the speech that Douglas MacArthur gave at the end. It was so. The words he gave were so appropriate considering the magnitude of the conflict that preceded his speech. Everything about it was just perfect, pitch perfect, dignified, and everything. I don't know if we could do ceremonies like that anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I tell you what, I get choked up, man, watching some of those movies, man, like Hacksaw Ridge and everything, and just listening to those guys testify and everything. I mean, they're in tears. I mean, they fought a hard fight.
Oh, God, man. Okinawa was a bloodbath, an absolute bloodbath. There are still veterans, the few who are left living today, still have nightmares about the fighting on the Shuri Line and Sugarloaf Hill and Kazuku Ridge and all those other places. Utter nightmares. It was just the Japanese would not surrender. They had a bunch of interlocking tunnels. They could go from one position to the other. They could come behind you when you thought you'd taken a particular line, and they could open up on you from behind after you bypassed the position. It was unbelievable the fight the Japanese put up and what they had to go through to dig them out of all those entrenchments. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
These guys had nightmares for the rest of their lives about that fighting.
I know. It was rough on them. It's, and think about it that, they didn't have none of that, TV commercials for their take a pill and shoot, for your PTSD, something like that.
No.
They were ignored.
Well,
That was all
fatigue.
forgotten.
They would talk about battle fatigue and combat fatigue, and they didn't have the formal title of post-traumatic stress disorder. But if you ever get a chance to see it, there are two movies that go hand in hand you ought to watch, one right behind the other. The first one you ought to watch is The Battle of San Pietro by the great Hollywood director John Huston, who was in the Army Signal Corps during World War II, and he followed the 143rd Regiment of the 36th Texas Infantry Division, a National Guard outfit, because they had to take a village called San Pietro. It was one tough fight. They had like 1,600 casualties in a 3,500-man regiment by the end of it. And these guys were just worn out and beat down and trying to break through these German defenses in the Leary Valley. And then you can see all the combat they went through and the stress they had to suffer. And then the sister movie to that is called Let There Be Light. And it's about the Army the armed forces treating psychiatric casualties after the war. It is heartbreaking to actually watch real GIs being treated for their post-traumatic stress disorder. And they're breaking down and crying and everything else. And I don't know. They allowed them to film it. It's all real.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it's heartbreaking. You watch those two documentaries back to back, each of them about a half hour each. You get a really good picture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you watch treatment afterwards. You get a complete picture of what the war was like for those veterans. Let There Be Light is a heartbreaking yet warming documentary. Heartwarming and heartbreaking at the same time.
Brought Nathan into the fold. I saw that he was raising his hand in the queue, getting in before the live show ended. So sorry if you were waiting for a while there, Nathan. But welcome on.
No problem. I'm used to being second class.
No, it's just that you're way down at the bottom, and so it's like I had to scroll down to the bottom of everybody on the switchboard, and then I saw that you were raising your hand. So it's not that I was ignoring you.
He's a high-tech redneck. He ain't no second-class citizen.
I was just sitting here listening to Lori Ann's fixing all these technical problems. Now there's the smart one among us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad somebody thinks so.
You need to run Joe's campaign.
Being a campaign manager, that would be interesting.
Yes,
Kelly Ann Loran.
That's a career that I never thought I would do.
Kelly Ann Loran. How's that work?
Am I running for the LGBTQ?
Me, no. Although I would support, I support Gays Against Groomers. I follow them on Twitter. Because I have no problem with people being gay. I mean, that's their thing. I'm libertarian, to each their own, whatever. I might not agree with it or whatever. It's not my thing, but there is an organization called Gays Against Groomers that are, totally against all of these, the grooming of children, these drag queen story hours, all that kind of stuff. And so I follow them on Twitter, and I would actually love to have somebody from there, the leader of it. I have no idea who the leader of it is or who some of the key players are in Gays Against Groomers. I would love to have somebody on my show like that as a guest to talk with. I think it would be awesome.
Yeah, but trying to reach out to a lot of people. Nobody will respond. for some reason. I don't know. Maybe my messenger don't work no more. I don't know. You get my messages. Nobody else responds to me. I send out messages. Nobody talks to me anymore. So I'm wondering if they're getting my messages. I don't know. Remember, I sent those emails earlier, and you said you didn't get them. Remember? So I don't know. Maybe something's going on.
Yeah, but then when you resent it that second time, now I am. I don't know what the deal was.
Well, when Lori Ann sent them, I got them.
Yeah. You didn't get mine either still, right? You didn't get...
No, I still haven't gotten them.
Son of a bitch. Where the hell did it go? Where'd it go?
I'm here.
It says sent. If it says sent, it had to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Stuck in the cloud.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and then
FBI.
tomorrow you'll get like non-deliverables or something. Sometimes those non-deliverables, I've had that happen where I've sent something and, I mistyped the email address just, by one character or something. And I'm like, why hasn't the person gotten it? And then it's like the next day I'll get the non-deliverable saying, hey, we tried to deliver this message. And so, it's like, oh, well, thanks for letting me know a fucking day later,
Yeah, I know, right? Well, mine probably goes to the FBI, so.
Yeah, all your stuff's automatically filtered to the NSA and FBI. Yeah, that's why they're so delayed.
Yeah, I've got the first page of that thing, and I'm actually recreating it now so I can send it off to New Mexico and have them have it working for New Mexico.
Good. No, but what Sarge and I was really talking about just a few minutes ago, that's an important topic for people in this country. The PTSD and everything. That's a very important mental health problem. That the mental health issues are not addressed in this country. We talk about school shootings and all this other crap, but there's many more aspects of it that's not addressed, and it should be. It's a problem within our society.
It is. And we see the human detritus everywhere you look in these blue cities where they're letting these mentally disturbed, addicted people just roam around like living zombies. It's like literally watching the Night of the Living Dead. The living dead are amongst us right here in these big cities.
The attack of the zombie apocalypse.
Frightening.
The attack of the zombie apocalypse. There it is right there.
It's real.
It's real. Yeah.
It's real.
It is.
It's dangerous.
These people...
And they don't want to fix it either.
Nope. These places like San Francisco, I think that it's too bad a 40-foot tidal wave doesn't come into that city and just wash the whole damn thing out to sea. Bye-bye.
Well,
take all
if God doesn't do something like that, he owes the city of Sodom an apology.
That's right. There you go.
Right. Yeah.
That's right.
We all got mothers. We all had grandmothers, some of us, or some of us still do, and, mothers and sisters and whatnot. And, these people out there, and they're violent, and they could snap, and I don't want to see nothing happen to nobody,
Well, when you have people like that are totally hopeless, they are dropping dead of that, fentanyl, whatever it is, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you have a choice. You have a choice to take that, or you have a choice not to take it. It's called free will. If that's what they want to do, okay, it's a free country, kill yourself. I don't care. Okay, now, you made the choice, you make your bed, you sleep in it. It's just reality. I'm sorry, life sucks, but it's the reality of the whole situation. So it's not pretty, no doubt about it. Okay, but if these people want to knock themselves off like that, well, you made the choice. I didn't. I did not hold a gun to your head for you to take.
Yeah, there has to be accountability. You're right, but at the same time, I don't know. That stuff's physical, man. Once they get hooked on that, they can't stop.
This is the worst part about it. You're right about accountability. That always comes into effect. But what we're looking at now is something different. It's being exacerbated and emphasized by government policy. Government policy is making it 10 times worse than it has to be.
Yep.
Yeah, well, something else too. Something else too on the you make a choice with this fentanyl. You might get with your buddies and they'll say, "Hey, you want to smoke a joint?" And yeah, sure. And you do not know somebody put that in there, knowingly put that in there, or that you want to have a drink. And so on that you never asked for that. You might be doing something wrong, but you never asked for that much wrong. But you're trapped.
Well, that stuff is so powerful. I've seen a deal on YouTube where these cops pulled this guy over and they had a bunch of that fentanyl or whatever it is, and this cop had rubber gloves on. Okay, and he did something or touched that shit, and it knocked his ass out.
Yeah,
I mean,
right there to save his life.
Yeah, right there on the side of the goddamn road. It knocked him completely out, and he didn't even had the rubber gloves and all that shit on, personal protection devices.
I was exposed to it. Yeah, I was exposed to it.
I think he might have inhaled. I think he might have inhaled some fentanyl dust. I think that's what did it, man.
Yeah, even dust. I mean, good God. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gibson, I wanted to ask you about that because the other night, can't remember what show it was, but you mentioned about having to battle a DUI because you think you got exposed to fentanyl somehow. And you didn't really go into the whole story about that, and so I was curious, and I meant to ask you about that
you guys
sooner.
cut me off.
But I would love to get the whole story.
Yeah, I think that was on my.
Well, I was doing an undercover deal, and when I turned it back over, I guess I can only assume that one of the bags was open, and when I put it in my cigarette pack, there must have been something that maybe left in my cigarette pack, and when I was driving, I took out a cigarette, started smoking my cigarette, and whoa, I started getting dizzy and felt nauseous, and I had to pull over.
This?
I bought that day. That day, I made a purchase of I think it was 24 grams or 27 grams of fentanyl, and there was some. I bought 2 8-balls of crack, I think, too, for that day. So, and then I was doing my debriefing and everything, turning it all over, and like I said, I must have been opened the bag. It must have opened up in my pack. That's the only thing I could think of that made me sick. Why else would I get that kind of reaction? I don't do it. So I mean, I don't know. And anyway, like I said, they charged me with DUI. So.
When was this? How long ago was this?
It was April of 2022, I believe. 22, yeah, April of 2022. Yeah. I'm still battling in court.
So you were you were still working undercover or something in that recently in 2022?
Yeah. Yep.
Was this DUI for alcohol? Was this DUI for alcohol?
Nope. It was for let me tell you what happened. This is what happened. When I was pulled over on the side of the road, I parked my car and everything, and at that time I was campaigning too, so I had some political signs to hang out. It was in the back seat of my car, but I pulled over and I didn't feel good, so I figured let me pull over here. And I was just sitting there hanging out for a few minutes, trying to get back, because I didn't know. I just thought maybe I might have got sick to my stomach or something. I didn't know. And because it didn't dawn on me right away. And all of a sudden, I get this knock on the passenger side window. This woman, she goes, "Are you okay, sir?" I said, "Yeah, why?" She goes, "Well, you just pulled over here on the side of the road. I was just making sure you're okay." I called it in as because she thought I was a disabled motorist. That I was just broke down and I needed help. So I'm like, no, I'm okay. I'm okay. So anyway, all of a sudden, next thing I know, here comes an ambulance, pulls up behind me. So the ambulance driver, starts talking to me and goes, "Well, why don't we check you out in the back of the ambulance?" I said, "Okay, fine." So I get out of the car, walk up, get into the ambulance. They sit me down on the stretcher, take my blood pressure, blah, blah, yada, yada, asking me a billion questions. And of course, I'm keeping everything quiet. I just got done doing a job. And and they were like, well, you seem like you're really dehydrated. Let me give you an IV, and then we'll get you on your way. And I said, I don't know. And they go, yeah, we got to check your blood sugar too. So maybe, because maybe you have diabetic, maybe you're diabetic. I said, all right, fine. So they go to prick my finger, and then they stick the needle in my arm and my left arm, and they shot me up with Narcan. So I had a reaction to it. So I'm like, whoa, man, that stuff made me feel weird, man. And my chest was going to explode, it felt like. And I'm like, what the hell did you shoot me up with? And I started flipping out. And, I'm getting ready to fight the guy and everything. The other guy's sitting on me. Oh, calm down. We just shot you up with Narcan, that's all. You okay? How long you been using drugs? I said, what are you talking about? I said, I don't use no drugs. They said, no, you're having a reaction to Narcan. They go, come on, don't lie to me, Mr. Gibson. They go, how long you been using heroin? I said, I use heroin. You see any track marks on my arm? I said, I don't use it. So anyway, after that escapade is done, about 15 minutes later, here comes the highway patrol now. They come up and they come to the back of the ambulance, and the ambulance driver goes, well, he had a reaction to Narcan. So and he goes, well, I got to charge you with DUI. I said, for what? No sobriety test, no nothing. You're going to just charge me with DUI. Then they took me down and they gave me a promise to appear in court and let me go. Oh, and made me give my blood sample, give a blood sample in the back of the ambulance. He said, you have to give a blood sample or we'll get a warrant and make you give one. So you have to surrender your blood.
What were the results of the blood test then?
Never came back. Never came back.
So
Nothing.
They took blood from you, charged you anyway, and nothing ever came of it. So I don't see how they can charge you with that because
that's really odd, Joe. Because in Illinois, when you got somebody, because see, there's an applied consent law in Illinois, and when any police officer or trooper stops somebody for driving under influence, and they refuse to give a sample, a blood sample, or take a breathalyzer or any of the tests you offer, then the police officer at that point issues what they call a statutory summary suspension. It doesn't, because part of accepting an Illinois driver's license is that you have given implicitly consent to that happen. But if you don't give the consent, then you have your license summarily suspended for 90 days, pending your appearance.
Same thing here.
And appearance before for a judge. So why would they threaten you with a warrant?
That's what he told me.
Wait a minute, what state was this in?
North Carolina, where I live.
I don't know what they do in North Carolina. I know you can't do that in Illinois. No way.
Well, he did it here to me. I'm not lying. He did it here to me. He said, I'm going to take it one way or the other. That's what he told me.
Here's another point. The guy that arrested you did not pull you over. You were not behind the seat. If you would have been laying in the back seat sleeping,
right,
he can't say he pulled you over because he witnessed you driving drunk.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, how? I was arguing with him and everything. I said, how can you arrest me?
If you take the keys out of the ignition and you go in the back seat.
If you are in the driver's seat, you can be charged with DUI because you are still in control of your vehicle. Even if your keys aren't even in the ignition and your engine isn't even on, just sitting in the driver's seat, they can still charge you with DUI because you're still in operational control.
Yeah,
so
if you're in the back seat, you go to the back seat.
Or the passenger seat, then they wouldn't be able to charge you with DUI because you wouldn't be in operational control.
He was in the ambulance.
Lorianne. Yeah, I know, exactly. So I was in the back of the ambulance. What are you talking about? So does that still apply?
Because the ambulance is still considered like a first responder, so they are basically considered like a valid witness. Put it that way.
They
can't arrest you, but based on what the first responders' observations are, that will give the police the probable cause to be able to arrest you. And they could say, yeah, you were in the passenger side of the car. You were in the driver's side of the car. Blah blah blah.
But the ambulance didn't pull him over.
Yeah, the ambulance didn't even pull me over.
You
I was
don't
already
have to
parked
be pulled
there.
over. You can just be sitting there. But so long as, especially a first responder, if it was just Joe Blow on the street, that was the only witness, then they wouldn't have much leg to stand on. But when it's a first responder, like an ambulance driver, and they see that you are sitting in the driver's seat of the car, that is sufficient probable cause for the police to arrest you for a DUI.
Really?
Even if they weren't on the scene at the time. Yep.
I've heard
That's
stories.
insane.
Back in an earlier time, I heard stories of some guy that flipped his car over in somebody's yard, and he called his buddy. His buddy picked him up, took him home, and whenever the cops knocked on his door, he answered the door in his pajamas, acting like he's been asleep. And they said they tested, they did fingerprints, and his fingerprints was the only ones on the car. And he goes, man, I guess they must have used gloves. So I mean, there's always a way to get out of it. I'll tell you something I did back when I was young. I had a big old monster 4-wheel drive pickup. And I decided I wanted to get out of this stuff, get something cheaper. I bought a Buick Regal. And I was not used to that kind of power. I was coming home from the bar. I dropped my buddy off. My dad lived on a circle. You come up to this dead end. My buddy's right there on the corner. And instead of turning around, I went all the way around the curve. And I'm on this curve, and I hit it. And I lost it, and I ran into this tree. I jumped out, the horn's blowing. And I was like 18 years old then. My dad's house is just 3 doors down here. So I ran over, jumped the fence. I was pounding on his bedroom window. And I told him, I wrecked my car, Daddy. And I wasn't slobber drunk. I was just drinking. And what my dad did is he told me, go get in the bed, get undressed, and get in the bed. And then he went up. He pulled the wire so the horn would quit blowing. And when the state trooper got there, this is what my dad told him. He said he was too drunk to drive, so he asked this guy at the bar to drive him home, and he's going to let him sleep on the couch and take him home in the morning. I didn't live at my dad's house. I had my own apartment, right? So what I did, my dad was smart. I'm a tow truck driver. I'm going to lose my life if I get a DUI, right? So what my dad told him that, and the guy, he said the cop, because my head, I didn't wear a seatbelt back then. It wasn't a law. My head hit the windshield. You could see this little bubble, and there's some hair hanging down. And the cop wanted to see me. He came and he looked, and there was no blood or anything. And he went, but when he shined his light on the hair, it looked blonde. And he called for an APB for a blonde-headed John Doe with head wounds. And my dad said
you
they
gotta
had a
remember something
helicopter.
too. Yeah, you gotta remember something too. I couldn't tell nobody what I was doing. You know.
But I'm just saying but you see what I'm saying is, my dad said they had a helicopter going all over the place with lights trying to find this guy because he needs an ambulance. The next morning, my dad took me to a hospital away from where we were at and had me checked out. But this is what I'm saying. If I would not have been able to think up this story, and my dad came up with it, and when he saw what was going on, and he said he could tell the cop, the state trooper, he was giving him that eye like, I don't believe this, but I can't trust it.
Yeah, and you see, I signed paperwork to my effect. While I was working, I cannot disclose my identity to anybody. I can't.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I did. You know?
So you're undercover. But I know that if you got the right story, like the guy that opens the door acting like he's asleep, it's hard for them to really say I seen him driving the car. When the cop got there and the ambulance got there, no one seen you and pulled you over. You just pulled over on your own, going, "Whoa, what's going on?"
That's correct. Yep, that's correct. Well, now I'm not. Like I said, I'm not working anymore. So, but that's why I talk about it now. I wouldn't talk about it before. You know.
I know
But,
this right, Phil, but if it wasn't for God in my life, I'd be dead or in jail.
I don't know why I'm still alive, to be honest with you.
God's got a purpose for you.
Yeah.
Like to know for what?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Probably get to Washington and straighten it out.
You never know. I'll tell you what, I thought about, you know what, I tinkered. Well, go ahead.
I don't want to get y'all off, but you guys were talking earlier on guns. Here, don't discredit a 22. I don't care how big and tough the guy is. You hit him 2 or 3 times with them little bullets, he's going to be hurting. He's going to be hurting. And I just recently heard somebody say something that kind of got me thinking. I'm going to look into it. He said when all this stuff falls apart, the only thing you're going to need is beans, bullets, and Band-Aids. And everybody's saying when it falls apart, you need to have gold. And he said the first thing you need to check into is when you buy this gold, is the company from another country that owns that gold, is holding that gold. You know? And I'm like, wow, you know, that's possible.
Well, I don't think gold's going to do you any good, you know, to be honest with you.
No,
anything that's valuable to barter with. Tools,
but on the other
anything.
The other thing I wanted to say, and then I'll be done with my therapy tonight. You guys were talking earlier about, you know, Trump being the best in our time. Listen, Trump, and I typed this in, Trump trumps Reagan, because I loved Reagan. I loved him, man. As a soldier, I loved him. Okay, and I liked him because of his pro-life. Now, here's another thing. Why would a pro-life president choose a pro-abortion vice president? Because it was George W. Bush that wrote Title X that Nixon signed that funds Planned Parenthood. So why would he do that? And here's another thing. I can send it to you. President Reagan never signed or vetoed a bill to stop or even curb abortion in America. And I can send you the record. When he came in, abortion shot up. It went over 1 million. After a second year, it topped 1.5 million. Every year it went up. When he left, the next year it started dropping the amount of abortions every year and continues to drop. He was the biggest deception. And everybody loved him on this subject, but he was pro-abortion.
Yeah. Hey, remember that guy? Yeah, remember that guy, Sarge, or if you're still out there, remember that guy that worked at the movie that they had, Catch Me If You Can? What was his name? Frank Abigail, or whatever. He was, you know, on the run or whatever. He was a check forger, and then he got a job working for the FBI.
Yeah, I remember that. Leo DiCaprio played him in a biopic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a true
Tom
story,
Hanks,
man.
Played the FBI agent after him, yeah.
Yeah, that's a true story. That guy even passed the bar and everything, man. He was like a con man, and the FBI gave him a job.
Oh man, he was a brilliant guy. He was a con man.
You know?
The best con man of variant.
Yeah. FBI gave him a full-time job, man.
If you watch the movie,
working in check fraud.
he learned it from his dad. Well, his dad was the same way. The character.
Yeah, his dad was a con. He was a loser con, though.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. He shouldn't win nothing.
You know, but not long ago we were talking about how it is that the United States used to have the ultimate world reserve currency. And the reason the world adopted the dollar as the United States reserve currency, even after we went off the gold standard, was because, for the most part, the United States had a stable debt-GDP ratio, and the dollar was stable and not in danger of being subject to market whims. You could count on its value it was pretty much fixed. But here's what they did to mess that up. They messed that up by, as we well know, all the spending, all the printing money, all the insane disregarding of the budget. And here's what's most critical. They decided to harness American foreign policy to the dollar. So if somebody displeased the United States government that was currently in power, they would threaten economic sanctions on them. Now, the reason that didn't work with Russia is because Russia doesn't have an economy that's based on a lot of economic parlor tricks like credit swap derivatives and hedge funds and all the other little tricks all these economic guys like to play. They manufacture stuff, they sell commodities, and they provide services that people want to buy. That's why the sanctions didn't affect them. And then countries like Russia and these other countries say, we don't need a reserve currency that's going to be subject to the whims of the United States government and how it feels about our own internal domestic policy. That's why they want to get in the BRICS.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with this. I mean, you get putting out these alerts, civil wars, everything's going to collapse. I mean,
well, it ain't going to be good.
Something's got to give.
Look, if the dollar ceases to be the world's reserve currency, we are going to see a significantly diminished lifestyle. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, I know.
But one of the things that's holding up our economy is the fact that the dollar is considered to be the world's reserve currency. If that goes away, you better believe a lot of other stuff is going to go away.
That's the 10-year yield, Sarge. Look at the 10-year yield. If it goes, it keeps getting closer and closer to zero.
The dollar is
and once
unstable. It's never been this unstable before. That's why it was the world's reserve currency. It was stable. People could count on it being stable.
Yep.
And we didn't harness it to the whims of whatever administration was in power. We weren't always threatening economic sanctions just because some internal policy of some nation didn't please the president.
We could wake up tomorrow morning, stock market crashes. Then what? What are we gonna do? That's it. Bam,
I don't know.
crashes.
I don't know, but we better get ready for it because this administration has screwed up the dollar, the world reserve currency, and the good times are about to come to an end. Trust me on that.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, and damn liberals, man. Damn liberals.
Every time it's leftism, liberals.
Yep.
So when was the last time there was an actual budget come out of Congress? Because what they like to do is they like to do these goddamn CRs.
Yeah. Geez, don't remind me.
We want to get to one point and then we'll kick the can down the road a couple things and this, that, and the other, a couple months, and then all of a sudden
can't kick it no more. We can't kick it down the road no more, though. There's no more kicking it.
That's right. That's what they're trying to do now. They want to do another CR to get us to December where they can get another one of these goddamn 2,500-page bills. With all these
crash our economy, turn us all over to digital. We go to digital, the reset happens. We go to digital and the one world economy. Then we go into the one world currency, and that's it. United States ceases to exist. We'll just crumble and fall apart. That's it. Because we don't have no working class. We don't got no people. Look at our country right now. What happens to our country?
That's the New World Order, World Economic Forum plan.
Yep. What happens to our people? What happens to our country? What really does happen? I mean, look at all the cities, really. You want to be in New York City when it crashes? You really want to be in Chicago? Atlanta? I mean, no more food stamps, people. What are you going to do? People got to eat. In trouble. Trouble, man. Nobody's got gardens.
I made my plans already for that eventuality. My family knows what to do. They meet at my house I've got enough firearms and ammunition for every one of them. We were fortified. The house already fortified. I got food stored up, water stored up. I got self-sufficiency for about 3 months. And I figure if things ain't stable after 3 months, there ain't no point in worrying about it anyway.
Yeah, I don't know, Sarge. I
we
used to
got
have
a plan. I already got a plan in case the balloon goes up. My family knows what to do. They meet at my house. Everything I got stored is here. It's all ready.
Yeah, I used to have a plan.
Generator.
I don't know. I got
generator. I got gas stability in there to keep the gasoline stable. I got to get in another generator I can run off of cooking oil.
Yeah, what are you going to do about looters? What are you going to do about looters? What are you going to do about
I got armament, sir. And my family's going to be here, and everybody's going to be armed.
Sarge, you really think you can fight off 2,000 looters?
They won't be coming on me at once. I got enough to take care of 20 at a time.
No,
and
come
a
on,
plan
man.
to do it, too. I got a plan to do it, too.
Close to a city.
Well, there ain't no guarantees in life. There's no guarantees in life. I'll grant you that. But I can tell you one thing.
You got to get to the country, Sarge. You got to get to the country.
Planning, I'm pretty much in a semi-rural area right now. It's pretty much taken care of. I'm not living in Atlanta. No, I wouldn't even try to do this in Atlanta. But where I'm at now, I got deer and foxes running up and down my driveway. So it's kind of semi-rural. No, I got a really good opportunity to defend this place. It's easily defensible, and I believe I can take care of 20 or 30 at a time and send them packing, if not dead outright.
Yeah.
I know how to set up a defensive perimeter, believe me. And like I said, I'm going to have my family with me, and 3 of my people in my family are going to meet me in my house. They're military veterans. We'll know what to do.
Yeah.
We'll know what to do.
Well, we'll see what happens. I just hope it don't happen, kind of right now.
Me too.
Like,
but you better plan for it. It's better to have and not need than to need and not have.
Yeah, well, I got 2 kids, so I'm worried about them, Me, I'm not worried about it. I could live off. Trust me. I'll go savage. I'll fight with the axe if I have to, But my kids, I'm worried about my kids.
Axes, got hatchets, got machetes, and we got firearms and about all together, I guess, for the various firearms and different calibers. I got probably about 20,000 rounds of ammunition.
Fight the UN Super Patriots.
That's right. I can trade ammo if I have to. I got enough to give everybody in the house at least 400 rounds they can have on their person.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the country.
That's a basic infantry load. So that's each and every one of them. And they're already loaded in the magazine.
I just don't think it's going to happen, Sarge.
I got plenty of ammo to go to range and practice with.
I mean, they talked this talk before, and I thought it was going to happen back then, and it didn't. And now I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't think it's going to happen.
It don't take one time.
Well, the economy worries me. That's what worries me.
Yeah,
it's not the political crap.
I mean, we're going to take a huge hit if and when the United States dollar is no longer the world's reserve currency. We're going to take a hit just by that. We don't have to do a damn thing worse to our economy. If the rest of the world decides not to use the dollar as its reserve currency, we are going to take an economic hit right here in this country.
Screaming for years. And the Fed. And the Fed. That's the biggest thing.
Trump was trying to tell us this. Yep. And they scoffed at him, like those idiot Germans when he told them about Russia. Don't be reliant for your energy on Russia. Oh, what an unsophisticated this rube Donald Trump is. What a fool he is.
What?
Yeah,
that racist,
Oh, man, I can't
that
stand
isolation.
These people are just so damn smug.
This was
Stupid
one of the reasons. This was one of the reasons why they assassinated JFK, because he wanted to get us out of the Fed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You're absolutely right. The Fed's powerful.
Yeah, we need to start limiting its effect. and we need to go back to becoming a manufacturing economy with an expanding GDP like it was under Donald Trump. We had regular expanding GDP. We've been in a recession. How long have we been in a recession now with this whole deal about when we got negative GDP growth? How many quarters is it now?
Wait. Oh, God. To the end of the pipeline.
But, of course, it's not really a recession, you know, because they redefined what a recession is so that we can't call it a recession.
That's right. They did, didn't they?
I have a thing posted. I have a thing posted. You never know how strong you are until being strong is the only choice you have. That you'll figure it out when it happens.
Well, as a corollary to that, what is the old saying? Weak men make hard times, and strong men make good times, or something like that. We need a revival of strong men.
Weak men make hard times. Hard times make strong men, and strong men make good times.
Look,
strong men make good times.
We need to care. We
need a revival of strong men.
We need to care and participate in society. Bianchi said something very good the one night. It was a few nights ago or whatever. You know, what the hell's wrong with us? You know, we're supposed to be doing this. We're Americans. We have a responsibility. You know, we're supposed to be, you know, being productive citizens. We're supposed to be partaking in this stuff, and we don't.
Jesus Christ, Joe. Look, I told you about the surrender ceremony on September the 3rd. We have forgotten what this country was when it was the arsenal of democracy. The manufacturing effort of that time is titanic. This is the same country, well, at least in name, that did that. No other country in the history of mankind was capable of sort of manufacturing feat. They were epic. They were off the chain. They could literally supply the entire world because we knew how to manufacture on a mass scale better than anybody in the world has ever seen in history. And now look at it. We can't even make our own. We can't even make our own medical supplies and our own protective personal equipment.
I know.
Think about this.
I know.
Think about this, George.
We
when
can't even
the
recycle our own
did
shit.
What they did at when the Japanese did what they did at Pearl Harbor, and all we had left was like the Enterprise and that carrier group, right? And they went out and carried the war to the Japanese until at which time they came in there and they manufactured the ships and the bullets and the planes and all that stuff, and we ended up having one of the biggest go after the Japanese, one of the biggest armadas ever existed, that ever existed, went after the Japanese in World War II because we were able to ramp up quick the manufacturing of the ships and the stuff, you know. So yeah, we're the only country that has the ability. We're just not utilizing that ability.
Exactly.
Right now.
A country that can make 29 fleet carriers, 55 escort carriers, 24,000 B-24 bombers, one every hour. They could build a merchant liberty ship one every 3 days. And that no other country in the history of mankind has ever been able to do things like that. Ever.
Yep.
And we did it routinely once upon a time. Now we can't even make our own damn masks to wear for the COVID pandemic. We can't even make protective masks.
The reason is we gave our economy. In the war, in the Cold War, we starved out our enemy, and then they said, "Whoa, the key here is the enemy. I mean the economy." So we think they're joining the world. Meanwhile, they get into economy, and then next thing you know, they out-economied us.
Man, they were turning out one B-24 bomber with 40,000 parts in it. Every 24 hours, every hour they were turning out one B-4-engine heavy bomber from Willow Run up there in Detroit. Every hour they were turning out a complex 4-engine heavy bomber. One every hour. Man, I'm telling you, this country can do this. Nobody else can do what the United States can do. Nobody ever. And look at us now.
It's leaders.
Yeah, looking at us now, those cups of fruit. So you see these cups of fruit at the grocery store, prepackaged. The fruit is grown in, for example, I think it's pears, for example. Pears grown in Argentina that are then shipped to Thailand to be packaged up and then shipped back here to the United States for sale. Now tell me, why in the hell do we have to be doing that? Why are we having, and then we're wondering why the food we eat is basically killing us. Because you know how many preservatives it takes, for, those pears to be shipped all the way from Argentina to fucking, Thailand or someplace that in Asia, to then be packaged up and then be shipped back again. And we wonder why it's junk. It's junk, and that's what we're feeding to our kids. That's what we put in their lunch boxes. There is no reason why we should be having to do that. Yes, we might have to import pears if we can't, if we don't have enough of them to grow here. But you can't tell me there's not enough climate and open areas to grow our own fucking pears. There's no reason why we can't process our own recycling. I don't understand why all of our recycling has to get shipped off to someplace like China or Indonesia or somewhere. Why can't we have our own processing facilities to turn that shit over? Yeah, somebody's
what the hell's the noise, man?
Crunching up newspaper.
Hey.
Sounds like popcorn.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Everybody needs a cell phone course, or phone course, background noise.
Yeah.
How to hit the mute button?
Yeah.
How to hit the mute button when you're not talking? 101.
Here's the deal. We're talking about what has been and what could be possible. I mean, think about this. What happened when Reagan started making his noise about SDI? All right, Star Wars. Well, then the Soviets started to panic, thinking, well, is he able to do that? Can we do that? Are we able to do that? Is it even feasibly possible to have something like that done? And the reason why they were panicking is they knew at the time that if anybody was going to get something like SBI done, it would have been America, right? That's why they panicked at the time, because they knew they couldn't do it.
We've been sold out.
Well.
We've been sold out by those at the top.
True. Yep.
And part of the problem
Thank you, Biden, for making sure that China does all of our shit for us and building them up, Biden was all a part of that when he was a senator. He was all for it. Of course, every president since. I'm sure, Nathan, you remember. Which president was it that established, I know it was a Republican, I can't remember if it was Bush Sr., that declared China a preferred nation?
That was George W. George W. and
yeah,
okay,
that
Nixon.
was Bush Senior. But I know Biden was behind that as well. Like, he wrote a lot of the stuff that was the policy that Bush Senior signed to declare China as a preferred nation, and that's what started all this shit.
No, but the problem is we got two parties.
With Nick,
but the problem is we got one party
They're getting up there making deals. There is no real fuss. God, I got so many records, vote records, 100-0, and yet you see them up there acting like. And we got two medias, the Republican and the. Listen to this. When Ted Cruz did his 21-hour, 19-minute filibuster, talking all night, I'm hearing Rush and Sean and all these other people. They just make it sound like Cruz is a rock star, right? The next morning, and nobody followed it. It went out over C-SPAN, and they called the votes out, and every one of them was a yes, yes, yes. And it's like we're sitting here hearing that Ted Cruz he's fighting to stop this Obamacare, and we're sitting there like I don't know, just sitting there believing it. And I watched that. I sat there and watched that all night long. I watched the vote come in, and I'm sitting there going, no. And I can't tell someone this because you're a liberal Democrat, I just heard here in Orlando.
Oh, hey. It looks like in about 2.5 minutes, my switchboard is gonna go down. And I want to stick around, but I'm just letting you know the switchboard's going to shut down. So while I can, I want to replay that Ron Paul song because it still has been in my head this entire time.
Ron Paul.
Earworm.
Exactly. I got to get this song out of my head. So I'm going to play it while I can before the switchboard shuts down. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. Launch.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Good! Wake up, America! Rise and shine! Wake up! Rise and shine! Save our constitutional rights! We're not gonna give up the fight! Start a revolution and break down illegal institutions. We don't want no war no more. Bring our boys home to our shores. We don't want big government or the Bilderberg Group that paid for it. Federal identity means a police state. Jefferson's rolling in his grave, and our names and the numbers like 666. Lord, do the gospel on a plan of chips. Save our constitutional rights. We're not gonna give up the fight. Start a revolution and break down illegal institutions. The Patriot Act took our liberties, and there's no judge, no jury. Chopping off phones, breaking down our doors, waging on the people a civil war. Work street jobs and bring home no pay. IRS takes it all away. We struggle, slave, pay the rent. So Ron Paul, president. Save our constitutional rights. We're not gonna give up the fight. Start a revolution and break down illegal institutions.
We haven't followed the Constitution, and that's what we ought to be doing. The system that we have today is ripping off the middle class and the poor. Can you imagine how great a nation we'd have if we didn't have the Federal Reserve System printing all this money?
Save our constitutional rights. We're not gonna give up the fight. Start a revolution. Break down, break down, break down, break. Save our constitutional rights. We're not gonna give up the fight. Start a revolution. Break
Okay, and this is when it sounds like it ends, but then it really doesn't. And my switchboard is set down, so I can't pause it.
Ron Paul.
Thanks for letting me play that, because I swear to God, it's been in my head ever since the start of the show, and I'm like, okay, I got to play this damn thing, otherwise it's never going to get out of my head.
I played that years ago. I remember playing that years ago. Man, oh, man. A long time.
Oh, we need to revive that energy again, you know? It's just, man, everybody that remembers, 2008, 2012 Ron Paul campaigns and that energy, and that passion.
How he got screwed over.
We need that. We need to get that back again.
There was election fraud then.
Oh, absolutely. They had to make damn sure that, and the media, I mean, that's when it became so clear. It became just so clear, especially 2012 campaign. It became so clear.
With the media.
Absolutely ignoring them. And that Jon Stewart skit, the best skit he ever did, was talking about how the media was ignoring Ron Paul, in the polls and stuff, and like making fun of him and stuff. And Jon Stewart's not perfect or anything, but like I said, it's like it was so classic. He was like the only one that like seriously pointed that out. Like, what is this? Like even Fox News is like, he came in second, and they would totally skip over him. They would mention Michelle Bachmann and stuff like that were like far away from him as far as in the polls and stuff, and the straw polls, and in Iowa.
It's a shame. It's a shame. If the media would have told the truth, Ron Paul would have been our president.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then don't forget Maine. I'll never forget Maine. How they made sure that, they changed the rules at the last minute to make sure that Ron Paul wouldn't qualify for the debates and stuff. It's just, man.
Oh, man, I know. It just made me so angry. I mean, but in 2008 especially. 2008, they really dogged them. I mean,
Yeah, it's like whenever somebody comes close, and he, at the time, he was the only one drawing in those kinds of crowds. There was no other candidate. That he had to repeatedly change venues. They'd schedule a venue. Oh, no, too many people. We got to find a larger venue and a larger venue. Everywhere he went, they had to change venues to get a bigger and bigger venue, as big as a venue as they could. And even that,
the military loved them.
There'd be standing room and people not able to get in, I mean, it was crazy. There was no other candidate drawing that much support, and so it's absolutely it became so absolutely clear how rigged our elections are at that time, and it's only gotten worse.
Who does that sound like, though? Who does that sound like? Trump. I mean, think about it. Trump goes to all these rallies, and 50, 60, 80,000 people are showing up at them, and having to turn not allow a lot more people into them, and set up TVs outside the rally so that the people outside can see what's going on, and it's like, I mean, what do you expect? They didn't want him. Now, the whole thing, they didn't want Ron Paul, and then I bet you guys probably didn't know. When one of my first elections that I voted in, I ended up voting for Ross Perot. Problem with Ross Perot is Admiral Stockdale. Admiral Stockdale had a lot to do with
Gridlock. That guy was
he had a lot to do with the whole failed war.
That Jan fucking fan.
Yeah. Well,
He was a pilot, I believe, in Vietnam, wasn't he? Admiral Stockdale.
Yep.
What did he do in Vietnam?
Good. I don't know what I had no idea. I've heard of something about it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I heard a lot of stuff too. I just don't know what he did. I know he was off the office. I know he was like totally senile when he was down the debate stage with Quayle. I mean, he was just off. He was just like nuts. Didn't even know where he was at.
We got this stadium here in Dallas called the AT&T Stadium. Trump builds it up. 60,000 people. You can stuff 60,000 people in the stadium. Filled it up, standing right on.
Now we got Biden. You know, Biden never knows where the hell he is or what the hell he's talking about. You know, and yet he's president. You know, he campaigned from his basement even with teleprompters, and he still didn't know where the hell he was or what he was doing. But somehow we ended up with him in the White House.
Yep.
What happened was, with the debates aren't going to matter, you know. The debates don't matter. They aren't going to matter from here forward because, one, the debates only start to matter with President Kennedy because of what happened with the 1960 debate, right? And the makeup and all that stuff with President Kennedy. But, that if Biden ends up running, which I doubt, but if he ends up running, he's not going to do any debates. So there will be no debate to worry about, right? So, I mean, think about it.
This is why Trump didn't go to the debates. Trump can whoop their ass with both toes tied behind his back and both hands. It's just it's just a waste of time. He's already 60% ahead of everybody. So okay, yeah, I wouldn't waste my time either.
Even if everybody drops out but one guy, right? It doesn't matter which one. You know, everybody drops out but one guy. Let's say DeSantis. That one guy is DeSantis. Everybody else goes away. Think about it. Put all their percentages together, and what do you have? You have maybe 25% versus Trump 60. Well,
if that. Well, you could tell what a debacle it was when Trump debated, Hitler and all that shit back in 2016. Okay, I mean, he cut those people down with a two-edged sword. They didn't stand a snowball's hell and chance, because he cut them down. You talk about verbal judo, that's called verbal judo. He cut them down at every word. Okay, and they had no chance. They had no chance. No chance at all.
You had Lion Ted, Little Marco, all these people that Low Energy Jeb, all these people that he gave these nicknames to, that the nickname stuck.
Yep.
It's stuck. And it's like, and think about this. When Trump wanted to release all the stuff about the Kennedy assassination, right? And people talked him out of it. Yep. And you know why they talked him out of it? Because from what I'm hearing, there's a little bit of stuff about Ted Cruz's dad somehow being involved in it.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. I mean, this thing is like a gigantic spider web. I mean a gigantic, statewide, countrywide spider web, and all these fuckers are stuck in it. They come in, they get stuck, and the big old spider's over there just waiting. Like, boy, I got your ass now, don't I? And they do.
Yeah, but the thing is, they have
I really like Ted Cruz, but Ted Cruz is a bushy.
Well, yeah, he's a bushy.
He's tied to the bushes. Yep. So is DeSantis. DeSantis is a bushy guy.
Oh yeah, and DeSantis. Did you see him in the debate when they were asked? The panel was asked because they all signed their pledge that they would support whoever the eventual nominee is, and so the panel asked if Trump is the nominee, if they're still going to stand by their pledge and support him. And of course, Vivek was like the first one to raise his hand, and then there's DeSantis, and he's like looking around, waiting to see if other people are going to raise their hand, and then he kind of slowly, meekly raises his hand, and it's like, you chump, you know, you have no fucking backbone, you know, like. That was like the moment of truth kind of moment for me when it comes to DeSantis. I was like, you're a fucking wimp.
Yeah. This guy's a Bush. This guy's a Bush. And I mean, just like the fucking Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is a Bush.
Yep.
You know, that's why. If you look at it, that is one of the main reasons why the whole bullshit thing about standing came about in the Supreme Court. If you don't have standing to take this case to the Supreme Court, when all the standing is, that standing argument was bullshit. But you got to understand, this guy, John Roberts, was appointed by Bush. He's a Bushy, and Trump had just come off of eviscerating Jeb, just destroying Jeb Bush. You know, so think about it.
Oh, I am. I have an appointment in the morning that I have to get up early for, so I'm going to go ahead and go. This has been a great show to be part of, so you guys all have fun, and I'll talk to you all later.
You said a while ago in the chat that you were going to have to sign off pretty soon. So yeah, Robert, I'm glad that you've been here and you've stuck around since the start of the show, so I appreciate